Nothing like that new ballpark smell. Hello, friends and neighbors. Welcome to the first midnight matinee of 2023. My name is Gabe Lerman. I will be your play-by-play man for the next 3 hours or so. Hard to tell. We don't have a pitch clock in the Japanese leagues. Joining me in the virtual booth is Mike Bealey. Mike, how are you doing tonight?
Doing well, Gabe, and excited for the second game ever at Escon Field.
Mike may still be on mute.
Yeah, you couldn't hear me?
Never mind. Okay, so you can see here on screen, or you just did briefly, the debut of a brand new player. This is his NPB debut today, and he's leading off and playing right field for the Hokkaido Nipponham Fighters, even though he's registered as a pitcher. Kota Yazawa. There he is, trotting onto the field, making his NPB debut. You're seeing the defensive alignment for the Hokkaido Nipponham Fighters at this, the second game in Escon Field Hokkaido history. Playing second and batting second is Kazunari Ishii. In left field, Go Matsumoto batting third. Batting fourth, the third baseman, Yuki Nomura. At first base, Kotaro Kiyomiya batting fifth. DHing today, Ariel Martinez. Shortstop, batting seventh, Daigo Kamikawabata. At catcher, Yushi Shimizu, batting eighth. And in center field, batting ninth, Ryota Isobata. Starting pitcher for today's game, the right-hander, Naoyuki Uwasawa. And that's what I said. We're coming up on midnight Eastern, which is 1 p.m. Japan time. And because it's a dome, we get fantastic views like this. Uwasawa stepping to the mound. I know a lot of people talk about Takayuki Kato and Hiromi Ito as the aces of this roster. Uwasawa, a sneaky third ace. Here's the first pitch. Beautiful looking ephus. Big Boss approves this post. All right, now the official call. You heard the kid. Let's play ball. So this is Escon Field, Hokkaido, located in Kita, Hiroshima. About 20 minutes drive southeast of Sapporo proper, and the new home of the Hokkaido Nipponham Fighters. Their third or fourth, I think it's their fourth ballpark in franchise history. Naoyuki Uwasawa, two-time All-Star, 8-9 record with 127 strikeouts and a 3.38 ERA last season. 3.24 ERA and a 61.53 record in his career. Expect a 4-pitch mix from Uwasawa today. Fastball topping out at 152 kilometers an hour. Slider, splitter, and a knuckle curve. And he can throw all of these with devastating efficiency. Now, I'm from Toronto. I'm used to having a hotel in the outfield at the Rogers Center, but this is new for Japan to have Tower 11, named after Darvish and Ohtani's numbers, hanging out in left field.
I actually didn't even really notice it. That's a really cool, gesture of them.
If you take, there's a few videos on their Fighters YouTube whereby they show the mural painted of Darvish and Ohtani. First pitch from Uwasawa on the way. Splitter inside, and we're off to the races. Ryosuke Tatsumi, the center fielder for the Eagles, getting the leadoff spot. Fastball low, that's going all the way. Wow, some of those seats are high up. Not much of a chance of catching a baseball up there. Tatsumi went 1 for 4 in yesterday's ball game, or Thursday's ball game. That was the season debut. 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. See the inside motion. There's that slight cutting movement late on that fastball. 1-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Uwasawa off to a good start. This really does feel like the ideal ballpark for the fighters. The Sapporo Dome was very nice, well appointed. I visited there in 2019, but it's a dual-purpose stadium. As Hiroto Kobukata looks at strike 1 on the inner half.
There's always something nice just about a dedicated stadium.
Exactly, and a dedicated stadium you do not share. Before moving to Sapporo and the Sapporo area, there's that knuckle curve dropped in for a strike. The fighters shared Tokyo Dome with the Giants, who are still there to this day. So, dedicated stadium, completely for their use. There's a splitter in the dirt. Count is 1-2.
They still play a series every year, I believe, where they're the home team at the Tokyo Dome.
It is a nice gesture to the fans that they left behind, as a way of saying, look, we're sorry, and we know that you're still there for us. 1-2 from Uwasawa, grounded to second base. Good stab by Kiyomiya, flipped to Uwasawa, 2 down. Kotaro Kiyomiya flashing some leather early in the season. Potential top 20 place pick, who knows? Sharp hit liner, diving stop there by Kiyomiya. Known more for the bat, but hey, Gold Glove defense at first base. Surprisingly hard to come by. Don't let Brad Pitt tell you otherwise. Playing first base is hard.
Anything worth doing is.
If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing it. Lord knows I'm cooking it up right now. Michael Franco, designated hitter for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, had a banner start to his NPB career on Thursday in the season opener. Knuckle curve thrown in, count is even at 1s. Came a triple away from the cycle and planted a 2-run home run in the second deck here at Escon Field, Hokkaido. 1-1 on the way. Knuckle curve swung at, but checked his swing.
Was that the second home run, or was that the first home run? I know he got the first hit.
That was the second
one.
Yukiya Ito for the Eagles got the first one. Oh man, we've got an active chat tonight. Franco waits on a sinker. 2-2. Who's Her Daddy asking to please stream more games. More on that later on. I'll be happy to share with you the rest of our streaming schedule. We tend to average about 1 a month, and we try to distribute them between each of the teams. 2-2 on the way. Splitter in the dirt. Count is full. You can see that wide 2-finger grip for the split finger fastball. So why? They actually graded it as a forkball here. Dropped in low. Franco works a walk. And can I just say, at the outset, oh my goodness, it is so good to hear the Owen Don in full force. After 3 seasons with limited cheering and limited attendance because of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the fans are allowed to scream and sing and play the trumpet with all their might, and it really does add that extra layer of noise to the game. Newly minted captain of the Eagles, Hideto Asamura, batting cleanup. Man on first, 2 down. Sharply hit ground ball. Ishii collects. And that will end the top of the first. Yazawa, Ishii, and Matsumoto will lead off the bottom of the first. It's debut day for Kota Yazawa. Strap in, folks. We got ourselves a fun game. And Nathan Dutton, yes, the pitch graphics, colors are different kinds of pitches. If you can read katakana, you'd be able to translate. Most of the names of pitches in Japanese are more or less equivalent to those in English. So kabu is a curve, suraida is a slider. The only really different one is a sutoreto, which is a straight ball or a fastball. Thank you so much. We got the official PLTV channel posting the schedule. And yes, you read that correctly. The next game we broadcast on this channel is going to be a Tuesday morning baseball for breakfast broadcast. The Chiba Lotte Marines and the loudest fans in the PL will be hosting the Saitama Seibu Lions. Jimbo Bernicki, the newest member of the Pacific League team, as well as one of Mike and I, will be on the call for that bright and early. Get your baseball for breakfast right here on the Pacific League English YouTube channel.
I have my cans of Boss Coffee ready to go for that game.
Of course you would. I'm more of a Oyocha green tea guy. All right, Ryota Takinaka, the starter for today's game. Admittedly, I was expecting to see someone like Takahiro Norimoto or Takahisa Hayakawa, but Takinaka was as good of a choice as any. This is his third pro season. He's alternated between the rotation and the bullpen for those pro seasons. Last year, 2-9 record with a 4.62 ERA over 78 innings pitched. He's got a slider, a slow curve, a changeup, and his fastball will top at 146. So this is the big moment, folks. You were watching it here first. The start of the next fighter's two-way phenom. You may have heard of the first. Some guy who pitched and batted in the World Baseball Classic. Guy by the name of Shohei Ohtani.
How do the fighters keep finding them?
I don't know. But the next two-way phenom, starting in right field, he's registered as a pitcher. Takinaka, about to get started. First pitch in for a strike, fastball. Andre DaCosta asking if the Owendan, the cheering quad sections are not in the outfield new stadium. That's correct, and that surprised a couple of sports writers. The home cheering section is actually closer to the first base side. That's into foul territory. Toshiki Abe. We'll track it down. Welcome to the bigs, Yazawa. I don't know where the fighters or the visitors Owendan section is here at Escon Field, Hokkaido, but I do notice that the home and road cheering sections have flipped orientation. Back at Sapporo Dome, the home fans had the left field stands. The right field stands were for the visitors. That leaves only the Eagles and the Lions as teams with the home fans getting left field. Kazunari Ishii, who had a few defensive gems for the fighters last season, swings at the second pitch. That's foul up the first base side. Abe will collect it. You can see the brand new super high definition scoreboard mounted above left field. You woke up for this, Lucas. Golly gosh, where are you watching from? 1-1 on the way from Takinaka. Fastball way outside, 2-1. See, the one downside of having the pitch tracker right there on screen is that now I can be exposed as not knowing what kinds of pitches are which. Small issues, I know. 2-1 on the way from Takinaka. That's fouled out of play into the expensive seats.
Is it me who's wrong? No, it's the computer graphic.
As much as a former big boss Tsuyoshi Shinjo mentioned he'd like to rotate around his infielders. Kazunari Ishii found a home in the outfield last season. Fouls off another one into the left field stands. Ah, Portugal. Well now. Good to know that we have fans across the globe. Unfortunately, this broadcast is not available in Japan proper. Those folks have got to watch the official broadcast on Pacific League TV. 2-2 from Takinaka. Ishii is sending a lot of souvenirs into the stands. Pierre G. Hedgehog is excited for Shinjo's own designed jerseys. I thought they looked like the Vancouver Canucks, to be honest, but they are snazzy. I'll give them that much. Another 2-2 on the way. Grounded up the first base side. Abe collects it himself. 2 away. Devin, checking in from Denver, went to see the WBC in Tokyo. Unfortunately, the Fighters' lone WBC participant, Hiromi Ito, is not starting today's game. Odds are he gets tomorrow's. We may still see the Eagles' representative, Yuki Matsui, if the Eagles are leading in the late innings.
I was there too, Devin.
People checking in from Texas. Nice. That's flared into right field, deep into the corner. That's a tough viewing angle for those of us on TV. And oh my goodness, Go Matsumoto turning on the afterburners. That's a 2-out triple.
Yeah, I think they're gonna need a camera in that corner.
Caleb Max, no. Soccer's still at the Sapporo Dome. We don't get that. Just sliced perfectly off the end of the bat, and you can see why Go Matsumoto was last year's batting champion. He's just able to do a lot with the bat, and there is a lot of ground in right field here at this new ballpark. Shimaluchi had a lot of ground to cover. Is this hockey? Caleb, buddy. I know the playoffs are starting soon, and I can appreciate the excitement. And Nomura up the middle. Yamazaki collects. No RBIs. The triple is stranded at third. Through one, we're scoreless. It'll be Shimauchi, Abe, and Yamazaki starting off things for the Eagles in the top of the second. You're watching the Midnight Matinee on the Pacific League TV English YouTube channel. You know, it's timely that they bring up the advertisement here for the Chiba Lotte Marines. They are going to be the host team for our next broadcast. The Baseball with Breakfast broadcast hosted by Jim Bobernicki. 5 a.m. Eastern on April 25th.
I was at Marine Stadium for one of their spring training games during my trip a couple weeks ago. And even though it was just a spring training game, it was really nice to be able to just see the Owen Don just able to cheer again.
Zozo Marine Stadium was one of the first to announce that cheering would be allowed without restrictions. Anticipation is that all teams will have that restriction relieved within the next month. Well, it may not be the most beautiful baseball stadium in the world. I have some thoughts on that, but I will say it is certainly the newest. It's also the first new ballpark in Japan in 15 years. Hiroshima's ballpark was the most recent. Since then, it only opened in 2008. Anticipation is the next new stadium will be in Tokyo, the replacement for Meiji Jingu, in sometime later this decade. Yeah, you may not need to get up at 5 a.m. Those of you on the Atlantic time zone will have a lot easier time, but hey, brew a pot, watch the late innings. Eagles Owendon getting active for one of their longtime heroes, Hiroaki Shishimauchi. Last season was a career year for the right fielder, having spent all 12 of his seasons with the Eagles. 0 for 4 yesterday, so not the best start for the season. Pierre G dropping some tidbits about NPB. He's correct. There's only one other retractable roof stadium in the league. It's the PayPay Dome in Fukuoka. And its dome roof is not the cheapest to open and close, so it does tend to be closed.
I was about to say, I don't think I've seen a game with it open.
I have seen some highlight clips. Shimauchi's going to foul this one back, count as even a 2s. Well, Cameron, unfortunately, I can't do the ASMR jazz radio voice for too long, because then I will fall asleep. Reminds me of Gary Thorne dropping the golf voice during one of the broadcast games in Baltimore when they didn't have fans in the stadium. Sinker even loads the count up. Full count. Shimauchi trying to get aboard with a lead off anything here. Uesawa deals. That's low for ball 4. And the Eagles have their leadoff man aboard. Little confab between the coaches there. Two-time All-Star now has to pitch from the stretch again. Kiyomiya is going to keep Shimauchi tucked away at first base. Toshiki Abe playing first today. Went 1 for 4 in Thursday's game. New acquisition for the Eagles. Spent the previous 7 years of his career with the Dragons in the other league. He was a starting infielder for 3 of those last 4 seasons. Career 703 OPS. All right, Cameron. Oh, this is big deal. First NPB game I've been able to watch live. Winner gets my undying loyalty.
What if it's a tie?
That does happen. That one's floated in at the top of the zone. Count is 2-0. And if you're wondering how the Eagles fans can come up with a cheer song so quickly when they just acquired a player, these fans are dedicated. They have off-season practice sessions. And if you dig deep, Abe fouls this one, screaming line drive into the expensive seats. They have practice sessions during the off-season. If you dig around on YouTube, you can actually find the fan club's YouTube channels where you can watch the practice videos. Yeah, Cameron, Jan, and Valpix, that is correct. After 12 innings, NPB games will end in a tie. The tie does not count for win percentage for or against. It's basically treated as a null game, which is why winning percentage is used as the metric for determining who wins the championship for the Pacific League. And the reason for that? Historically, it's been because of curfews, but lately it's because that's when the last train home is. Kleber's got the right idea. Splitter in the dirt, count is 3-1. Good patience at the plate shown here by Abe. Ah, yes, Mr. Baseball reference. There you go. I will say they are uncommon. I've been to 15 NPB games, 3 of which went to extras, as Abe will take a walk, runners at first and second, and the Eagles have something cooking here. I've never seen a tie, even though I've seen 3 extra inning games. And the Kerm, funny you should mention that. There are ties in the playoffs. They just require more innings. In fact, Game 3 of last year's Japan series went to a tie, which is how the Buffaloes won that series in 7 with 4 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie.
I think there was a tie a couple of years ago, too, with Hiroshima. Maybe it was that 2019 or 2018? It was in the playoffs. And they had to put out an announcement about it, about how the winner would be decided.
Yeah, there's been some intrigue with that. I think 1 year in the Japan series, they needed a game 8. 3 wins apiece and 1 tie. Lucas saying that Uwasawa's getting squeezed by the home plate umpire. At the plate is the shortstop for the Eagles today, Tsuyoshi Yamazaki. This is his 6th season with the Eagles, 664 OPS. Runners at first and second. Uwasawa trying to pitch out of a jam here. And Yamazaki is squaring to bunt. Look at where Kiyomiya and Nomura are located. That's a good bunt. Dropped. Kiyomiya goes to third in time for the force out. Yep, that's the importance of the Japanese game. Definitely going to get some bunts down. That's an excellent fielding by Kiyomiya, and with the force out in effect, thankfully Nomura doesn't have to worry about getting a swipe tag. It's just a matter of get foot on base, get ball in hand. So, first and second with 1 out now. Kiyomiya standing in front of the runner as Fumiya Kurokawa, the third baseman, stands ready. Swing and a miss, strike 1. DFC asking about the Latin lettering. There's a historical component to that. When we get to the next break, remind me to bring that up. Gate camper, doesn't bunting make sense if the hitter isn't very good? The analytics say you're better off trying to put the ball in play and going for a hit. Kurokawa's going to doink this, not far enough. Ishii tracks back, 2 down. Oh, Beatty, come on. Lucas Borgia estimating that teams lose a run per game by bunting. It's a very NPB style of play where moving runners up, sacrifice for the better of the team. Still very much holds true. Some traditions, hard to beat.
I say more bunting.
When in doubt, always bunt.
Exactly.
Ginjiro Sumitani coming up to the plate, the number 9 batter for the Eagles. He took over the primary catching job last year from Hikaru Ota. Slider in the dirt. Sumitani has a lengthy career, most of that in the Pacific League. He started his career in 2006 with the Saitama Seibu Lions, joined the Giants, and joined the Eagles via trade in 2021. Best 9 award, 2 Golden Gloves, and 3 All-Star nods. Make baseball bunt again. Jurassic digging the Fighters rebrand. It is a sharp look. I'm rocking the road jersey right now, as luck would have it. Sumitani fouls this one back to the screen. That's right off the bat handle. Count is even at 1s. Got a replay on that. Look at where the ball connects with the bat.
Was that on the handle?
Yeah, pretty much. Definitely not the sweet spot. DFC a fan of the safety squeeze. That's good. If you take a look at some of the top 20 plays from the last few seasons, you'll notice the Eagles are excellent at fielding those bunts. Daichi Suzuki had a couple where he just flew in. That's Kami Kawabata on to first, and Uwasawa wriggles out of the jam. Eagles strand runners at first and second through 1.5. Scoreless here at Escon Field, Hokkaido in the midnight matinee. Kiyomiya, Martinez, Kamikawabata coming up next. So the history on how the Japanese teams came up with Latin lettering. It all stems back to when the Japanese teams used to barnstorm in North America along the West Coast. This was back in the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately, the teams were wearing jerseys with Japanese lettering on the front and Japanese numbers on the back. Kind of hard to read. Kind of hard to work out a scorecard with that, especially for people who aren't familiar with that language set. So they realized they could sell more programs and sell more tickets if they switched over to Latin lettering. That's where the great Tokyo baseball team got its start. And in honor of one of those San Francisco baseball players' suggestion and their history with one of the teams in New York, that's how they got the name, the Giants.
I believe that was Lefty O'Doul, who was a big part in establishing pro baseball
in Japan. You are correct on that, Mike. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Lefty's enshrined in the Japanese Baseball Hall of Fame, located in Tokyo Dome.
I haven't been there yet, but I've been outside it.
I went once in 2013. I'm planning on going again in October. We'll see. Taking his warm-up swings, Kotaro Kiyomiya. He did this in yesterday's game. A deep fly ball off the base of the wall for his first extra base hit of the season. That was against Masahiro Tanaka, the opening day starter for the Eagles. And Lucasfilm and Disney, please, no DMCAs. These are the Star Wars that they will speak of.
The lawyers are already writing.
Swing and a miss from Kotaro Kiyomiya. Takinaka sneaking a changeup past him. Kiyomiya has a storied amateur career. He holds the record for the most home runs in the as a high schooler with 111. That is a mind-boggling number to accumulate in 4 years as a high schooler. Takinaka deals. That's inside with a slider. 2-1.
I thought they went to school for 3 years in high school. Is it 4?
I may be applying my North American lens on it.
That's even crazier if it's in 3 years.
No kidding. There's that slow curve we talked about. Much appreciated. 3 years. Our producer,
thanks to the analytics department.
Yeah, our producer behind the screens is keeping us on the straight and narrow. Lucas also dropping the facts in the chat. Kiyomiya on the ground. Abe will collect it himself. A little first baseman on first baseman violence. 1 away. There's your little Japanese lesson. Shime Dasha, designated hitter. Ariel Martinez coming to the plate. Registered as a catcher, which is a rarity for foreign players, but he's the DH today. That's fouled right back into the metal screen. First 3 seasons in Japan were with the Dragons. Acquired during the offseason, went 1 for 3 on Thursday's game. Career 767 OPS in 170 games. That's a loud foul ball. I do like that the foul poles here are painted blue, same color as the jerseys. Also, a great view of that 20th anniversary patch on the Fighters jerseys. This is their 20th season in Hokkaido. Grounded to short, Yamazaki. Great throw and a good stretch by Toshiki Abe. My groin felt a twinge in sympathy pains. You gotta be limber if you're playing first.
I'd probably tear something.
Gatecamper asking, will teams ever consider allowing more foreign players on rosters? So they did temporarily increase the foreign player limit to 5 for some of the pandemic seasons, before dropping it to 4 last year. Takinaka pumps a fastball past Kamikawabata for strike 1. I honestly don't know. It's equal parts trying to make sure that NPB showcases top talent as well as develops the country's own talent. Curveball high, ball 1.
And I think 4 is even an increase from some previous decades. I think it might have been 2 or 3 at one point.
It was as low as 2 for much of the 50s through 80s before moving up to 3 sometime in the 80s. Curveball up the middle, base hit! Kamikawabata showing off how he won the starting shortstop job as a midseason call-up last year. This is only his 2nd pro season with the Fighters. Also, fun to say, because the name bounces Kamikawabata. Gotta love names that require extra stitching or condensing the font on the back of the jersey. So that'll be Kamikawabata at first, 2 down. For the catcher, Yushi Shimizu, this is his first game of the season. Had yesterday off. The Japanese version of Saltalamacchia, talking about players who require extra stitching on the back of their jerseys. I'm trying to think. I think it might actually be Kamikawabata at 12 characters. I'm going to have to look this up. Reminds me of a joke that I remember seeing in a baseball video game, relaying that the GM to the owner wants to sign a big name. GM says, I can get Hirschfield, that's like 11 characters, is that big enough for you?
What game was that?
Out of the Park Baseball. They like to drop
one of them
little
private messages.
They like to drop little bon mot in the loading screens.
Oh yeah, in the top left.
Yeah. Man, we got some NPB pros here in the chat. Y'all are coming in with the knowledge. Much appreciated. It saves me a little bit of work. York's Buffaloes were notable last year. They won the Japan Series without any foreign batters in their starting lineup. Of course, it was former Blue Jay Jacob Wagaspak who got the save in Game 7. Good changeup inside. You saw Kamikawabata try to make for second, taking a pretty big lead off there. Two went on the way. Usami through the left side for a base hit. Kamikawabata round second. Does he really want to test Kobukata's arm? Kobukata known more as an infielder, but he's in left field today. So runners at first and second with 2 down for the Fighters here in the bottom of the second. Trying to get something cooking here. Yamazaki could not get to that one in time. Good ground ball. And you can see the stutter step that Kamikawabata had. Little hold up. Maybe he forgot that there were already 2 down and he should have been off anyway. Yeah, Eugene Lavery, we do try to broadcast games that are midnight Eastern specifically because they're a little bit easier to parse for people on the Central, Mountain, and Pacific time zones. All the games we have broadcast, except for our next one, are at midnight Eastern start times. However, they will be on Sundays at midnight. So, although you are alone on a Friday night, hey, you got us. Ryota Isobata. Slow curve, that's fouled. So Kamikawa Bata is going to have to run all the way back to second base.
And if we have any viewers from the Hawaiian Islands, you guys got the best American time zone for NPB.
No kidding. This
game's at 7 p.m.
This is the center fielder for today's game. This is Isobata's 3rd season with the club. Last 2 seasons, he's been mostly a part-timer, but he is a known speedster. He has wheels. He was able to beat a Japanese sprinter in a foot race. Aw, thank you, Cameron. Much love. First and second, 2 down. 1-1 on the way from Takinaka. Fastball way outside. You can see on Kamikawa Bata's jersey, that font is electronically compressed. DFC, don't feel too bad for the PEI viewers and St. John's and those guys. The Atlanta time zone has baseball for breakfast, because that's 6 a.m. their time. That's skied into center field. Yamazaki says he's got it. Sure enough, he does. Pierre coming in with the spicy all caps there. Wow. So, through 2, no score. We've seen each of the lineups once. Tatsumi, Kobukata, Franco will get the Eagles trying to get started in the top of the 3rd. So, other games going on during tonight's event. Well, none of them have started yet, but if you are bored of us and want to take in a different Pacific League game, FTF Sports carries all Pacific League games in the United States without commentary. So at 1 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Japan time, you'll be able to catch the Orcs Buffaloes visiting the Saitama Seibu Lions at Balluna Dome, and the Chiba Lotte Marines visiting the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks at PayPay Dome. Once those games get underway, we'll be able to relay the scores to you.
Just want to highlight a comment here. Special K in the chat says this is the first time he's been able to watch Japanese baseball since 28 years ago.
This is something for like a lemon soda or vitamin C supplement, isn't it?
That's every advertisement.
Kireto Remon. Cool. "32 pitches through 2 innings so far. And you can see exactly how good those scoreboards are. They got some of the little like 3D TV effects. Like that one corner in Tokyo where they got the 3D TV effects because the LCD bends around a baseball or a building corner. I have baseball in the brain clearly. Ryosuke Tatsumi stepping up to the plate here. Top of the 3rd. Tatsumi, a regular on the weekly top 20 plays. 2-time Golden Gloves consecutively in the last 2 seasons. This is his 5th with the Eagles so far. Uesawa deals. Shimizu tried to get the frame job. Curveball was outside. Set up inside, swing and a miss. Chase the high heat. Tatsumi had his best batting line last season of his short career, 755 OPS versus his career 688. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tatsumi strikes out for the second time today. DFC ads in baseball? Well, I never. Funny thing about that, every single one of our teams has a sponsor on the road jersey. That's why I can't be too mad at the majors having sponsors on the arms. Like, guys, I cheer for a team owned by an e-commerce company. Fastball in for strike 1. So that is correct, Eugene. Pacific League TV, pltv.com, or pacificleague.com does not have... Fastball inside. Does not have English commentary, but FTF Sports does. So at 1 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday through Sunday, catch on FTF Sports, which is on Roku, Plex, Distro TV, and Dingo, a game of the day, one of the 3 Pacific League games per day, with English commentary on tape delay, and at a time that, most people will actually be awake. Won't be us. We'll be their broadcast network. That's skied into the first baseline. Kiyomiya gets called off by Ishii, who has a beat on it. One away.
Bantha, I think some of the teams have English language websites where you're able to order digital tickets and either print them out or display a QR code.
If memory serves, the Hawks actually just started selling tickets to games in English, so you don't even need like Google Chrome.
And then some of them, if they have an English website, I think you still have to print out the tickets at an affiliated convenience store. I'm not certain on that, however.
Michael Franco, fly ball. That's not... Kiyomiya making sure everyone knows he's got some good command of the English language. Got it. So, through 2.5, Uesawa holding the Eagles scoreless. Top of the lineup for the fighters coming up, bottom third, Yazawa, Ishii, Matsumoto. This is a good time as any to remind you to please take a short refreshing hydration break. I'm doing the same. I'll say this, I got hooked on some of the sodas they have in Japan on my 3 previous trips. CC Lemon, Pocari Sweat, and... shoot, the name eludes me. The melon soda. Everyone makes a melon soda. That one, the green one.
The green one. A lot of people like Pocari Sweat. I'm more of an Aquarius guy.
That's the Coca-Cola branded one, and you can see there's the flags of the Owendon up the chimney, up the first base side. And yes, DFC, that is Phillies icon Michael Franco. Next chance I get, I'll be sure to relay some of his statistics and his exploits before coming here to Japan. So the whole Owendon tradition is worth getting into. That'll be the next half-inning topic. Takinaka will float that changeup in high for ball 1. Yazawa has actually represented Japan on an international stage before. Last year as part of Harlem Honkball Week, he was part of the Japan junior team. And thus the Fighters drafted him with their first pick in the 2022 draft. Eugene flipping the question on its head. Why do Americans not wave flags? And yes, I did drop that fact just so I can say honkbal, which is the Dutch word for baseball. It is one of my favorite terms in the game. More honk on the honkball. One-two on the way to Yazawa. That's fouled into the expensive seats.
I think Newt Barr's dad was a honkball official.
Cool. Well, we know his mom was Japanese, and that's how Tatchan wound up with the WBC. Yazawa, little looper into right field, and there it is! The first pro hit of Kota Yazawa's career. Somebody collect that baseball. And we got it here, and you saw it live on the Midnight Matinee. Tried the curveball. Yazawa just reached out and poked it, perfectly placed outside of Asamura's grip. And Asamura is a two-time Gold Glover. That's no easy feat. So runner on first. Yazawa trying not to get his first pick off in his NPB career. Kazunada Ishii at the plate. Career 591 OPS. Takinaka deals. Ishii squares to bunt, and that's going to roll foul. Oh for 4 with a walk so far on the season for Ishii. Takinaka deals. That's low. Ball 1. Fastball into the dirt, basically right onto home plate. Cheer captain's trying to will Ishii into a base hit now. J-Clad saying NPB teams need to make more modern stadiums. I contest that. You can renovate a stadium and keep the charm. Especially since that there are still 2 ballparks in which Babe Ruth and the Barnstormers still played at and hit well at. That would be Koshien and Meiji Jingu. Takinaka keeping an eye on Yazawa. If this was the majors, I'm pretty sure that would be the 3rd pickoff attempt, and that would allow Yazawa to just trot to second, but we're still playing real baseball here. This is the Pacific League. Yazawa going. Sumitani expected that, and oh dear, Yazawa's caught in a pickle. And he's outside of the base paths. Is he going to get in safe? Nope. So, first hit, first caught stealing, Kota Yazawa. It's an evening of firsts, you know? Sumitani had him pegged, and Yazawa stumbled on the way back to first. I don't know how you score that. That's 2, 6, 3, 4, 6, 4?
I think you ran out of space on the scorecard.
Yeah, no kidding. Apologies for any background noise, folks. I recently adopted a new cat, and he's kind of an idiot.
Orange cat?
No, black. Some chat around WBC and other stadiums. That'd be great as long as the weather's good in March or they have a lid. There's a reason they keep going to Tokyo Dome. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ishii down, so that's a prolonged strike him out, throw him out double play. 2 down, nobody on for Go Matsumoto, who had a triple his last at bat. Matsumoto will look at strike 1, fastball. Both pitchers have been able to dance between the raindrops and get out of jams. Who's your daddy noticing the Uriko? Oh, that looked like a clip Matsumoto, and the ump agrees. Tip of the cap, that was not intentional. Matsumoto on board with a hit by pitch, or as they call it in Japan, a dead ball, deaddoboru. It's straight up the loan word.
Do you remember that scene in Mr. Baseball when he gets hit and he tries to charge the mound while the cap's getting tipped?
Yes.
Apparently that's based on actually a true story.
Well, they had foreign players in Japan
for decades
to consult on the film.
Mm-hmm.
So, former Lotte star Leon Lee, former Hankyu Braves pitcher Brad Leslie, who's actually in the film in the final melee scene. Brad Leslie's the guy who choke slams one of the other players.
Oh, I didn't know Animal Leslie was in there.
Yep. If you've seen MXC, you know who we're talking about.
I found his record single at a thrift store.
Oh, dear. Looks like we got some Fighters fans in the chat. Where are my Eagles fans at? Because that was the team I saw in my first NPB game in 2013. August 8th, I think, or August 12th. Eagles visiting the Marines at Zozo Marine Stadium. Satozaki walking it off in extras. If you watch on PacificLeague.com in our decades-long archive, you'll spot me in 360p up the third base line. You can see me clearly in a Blue Jays t-shirt in the second inning.
DFC, right. If you go to Lawson, try the chicken. That's my recommendation.
Oh, everyone's got their favorite Japanese konbini. We know. I'm partial to mini stop and the soft serve.
You're the first person I've ever heard say that.
They had a mango flavor once, and I'm a sucker for that. Matsumoto off and running. Gun down! Matsumoto is saying, Shinjo, let's take a look at that. And Big Boss has requested the community review this. All right, we are going to a replay review. Well, hey, Sumitani has won 2 gold gloves in his career. Him having a cannon is no surprise. And that was low and outside. Let's see if we can tell. Looks like Asamura gets the tag down in time. Ooh, I do not envy the replay judges. I think the out call stands. So, J-Clad, most of the replay review rooms are inside the stadiums, outside the field of play. This might be our best view. Oh! I don't think Asamura got the tag. Oh, there it is.
Nope.
No. Yep. Eugene, to answer your question, yeah, it is Shinjo. I mean, let's be real here. Yeah, that's tough. Did he miss him? And of course, because it's a roofed stadium, we have the overhead view. Because you see he does... It looks like the glove connects with the bat. Let's see what he says. That's out, and that will end the bottom of the third. Matsumoto caught stealing. 2 caught stealings in the inning. Sumitani flexing a little bit there. It'll be Asamura, Shimauchi, and Abe to start off the top of the 4th here on the Midnight Matinee as it inches towards midnight in Central Time.
For now, please enjoy Fighters Flagship Parade. Here we go!
So yeah, let's talk about the flags. Let's talk about the Oendan. So this is all based in how baseball in Japan started as a collegiate sport. The Pro League came along in the 1930s, but baseball started with the colleges, especially around the Tokyo area. So when you get colleges, you get cheer sections, and you get cheerleaders and bands because, of course, the music department wants to get involved, and you have flags because there's cheerleaders, and that carried over into the pro game once the Pro League was associated. So because it started at the high school level, because it started with the colleges, that's why the Oendan are a thing. I think there was a Nintendo DS game called Osu Fighting Oendan or something, and it's these big buff guys wearing college outfits and headbands trying to cheer everyday people to succeed. It was a rhythm game.
I think it got translated over here, but I don't remember the English name
Right,
of it.
Elite Beat Agents.
Oh, is
You
that the
are
game?
Absolutely right, yes.
Ah, yeah, now I remember that part, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was
DFC
reskinned. It was reskinned, yeah.
Yeah, DFC commenting, liking the maroon tops but not the white road pants. There are not a lot of teams in Japan who wear gray roads. In fact, none of the Pacific League teams do. It's all team color tops. So the Marines, the Hawks will wear black. The Buffaloes will wear navy blue, as will the Lions. The Fighters wear a light blue, and the Eagles are the maroon. Hideto Asamura still looking for his first hit of the season. Signed a free agent deal with the Eagles at the end of the 2018 season. If I'm not mistaken, that deal was 5 years long, and that means this is his free agent year at age 32. But he's on pace for 2,000 hits this year. So he is a very well-known quantity. Fouled away, count is 2-1. Asamura represented Japan in the 2019 Premier 12 and the 2020 Plus One Olympics, both as champions. Uwasawa comes set. 45th pitch of the game on the way. Both pitchers have made it work. Fastball way outside. 3-1. So, y'all, I don't know if it's the WBC or the fact we're broadcasting on a Friday, but we're at over 125 viewers. Thank you so much for your support. Asamada will work a walk. That's something he reinvented himself into. Led the Pacific League in home runs in 2020, and then said, nah, I'm just going to start walking more. If I'm not mistaken, over the last 2 years, his on-base percentage is almost 400. 395 in 2021, 365 last year. And last year he still slugged 27 long bombs. Nat2V, yes, we are still doing English commentary on average once a month. We're actually going to be broadcasting twice this month. Our next broadcast will be April 25th at 5 in the morning. Baseball for Breakfast with Jimbo Bernicki. You can only find it here on the Pacific League English YouTube channel. DFC, thank you so much for joining us and for being active in the chat. They have no quarrel with Ham for the last time. Third base ump says, no swing, count is even at ones. Runner on first, nobody out. You can see a couple people rocking the 20th anniversary Fighters jerseys. Sort of a reverse retro look. It's nice. Uwasawa will check in on Asamada. Not really much of a stolen base threat. In Asamada's career, he has 75 stolen bases. Hasn't had more than single digits since 2015. Swing and a miss, strike two. Uwasawa dropping the knuckle curve in. Edition at 34, commenting on Pawa Pudo. Funny you should mention that. I actually used that game to try and learn up a little bit on the pitch mixes for some of the pitchers tonight.
I think I used Pro Spirits last year.
The name of the Beard Kid girls, Uriko. There's one for just about every major brand. The Eagles actually have craft beer sales at their stadium, if I may entice you into visiting there. And they will serve you right at your seat.
There is no way I could walk up and down those stands all game with a keg of beer on my back. I don't know how they do it.
"50 pitches so far for Uwasawa, but scoreless. Asamada's at first. Shimauchi is at the plate. Fastball low, count even at twos. Shimauchi had a banner year last year, second All-Star nomination, and a Best 9 award in the outfield. 826 OPS, a bit higher than his career average of 771. But he's a holdover from that 2013 Eagles team that brought home a Japan series. They are roaming around at all times, Gatekeeper. Shimauchi will flare this one foul to the left field stands. Well, they got backpacks. Udis Tira, it is Gabe Lurman as your primary play-by-play, Mike Bealey on the color commentary.
Yo.
We are going to be your primary play-by-play duo for each of the midnight matinees. We may be able to get a couple special guests in. Time will tell. Fastball low. You see there, that's called a katuboru. Pitch tracker calling it a cutter. Good look at the number font on the back of Uwasawa's jersey, as Emily comments, kind of reminds him of Sega. Or for those of us here in North America, Sega! Full count on the way, grounded up to second base. Ishii doesn't have a play at first. He's just going to throw on... Does have the play at first. Asamada heads up base running, sneaks into second. So a little bit of the Blue Jays mixed in there too, J-Clad. Good point, good point. The retro Bluebirds, of course. Origins of the mascots. That's a good question. I do not know much about the mascots, but I can imagine Pierre here in the chat does. Toshiki Abe playing first today. 1 for 4 with a walk on the young season so far. Splitter in the dirt from Uwasawa. Second time the Eagles have had a runner in scoring position. They runners at first and second with nobody out in the top of the second, but were unable to cash in. Outside ball 2 with a fastball. Get to hear the chants theme from the Eagles Owendon. Are the Fighters and Eagles rivals? That's a good question, Gatekeeper. I do think so, and Lord knows Eagles fans appreciate the shorter trip up to Sapporo compared to everyone else. I still think the Fighters would have a bit more of a squabble with some of the teams they played in the postseason, like the Marines. You know, those Darvish-era teams. Played the Bobby Valentine-era Marines in 2006 and went on to win the Japan Series.
Trey Hillman managed him back then, I think.
Yep, Mr.
Fighters.
Shinji Arenai himself.
He was there for the first pitch last night, I think.
High ball 4, and Abe takes a 4-pitch walk. Uwasawa starting to sail the fastball a little bit. So the Fighters, since their move to Sapporo, have had asymmetrical jerseys, Miles. It wasn't one blue sleeve, it was one black sleeve. Catching up on some of the chat regarding the opening day starter. That was Takayuki Kato, who got the opening day start. He did well. Kato is one of the 3 aces in this Fighters rotation, along with Uwasawa and WBC champion Hiromi Ito. That's true. Joseph dropping the facts that Fighters fans may feel more of a rivalry with the Giants, especially since the two shared a ballpark for much of their history until 20 years ago. They moved to Sapporo. So runners at first and second here for Tsuyoshi Yamazaki. Only one out. Chance here for some extra RBIs. And a chance to break this scoring open. Ooh, that's an interesting point, Pierre G. Thank you for mentioning the term Nigun. That means Second Army. All NPB teams have only one farm team, with some teams having a second or third farm team if they have enough players. And that's where everyone who isn't on the active roster per game, where they play. 3-0 the count now here on Yamasaki. And you'll hear the home Fighters fans start to give their homeboy a little bit of support here. I'm also liking the fan club sticker on the side of the Fighters caps. That is a walk. That's 2 straight walks issued by Uwasawa. And Shimizu's going to come on out and have a little confab with Uwasawa. Fighters Brain Trust looking on. Sacks are full of birdies, with one out. Austin K doing a little Mom's Spaghetti reference there. Look where Kiyomiya is situated in front of the runner. They're expecting a squeeze bunt here from Kurokawa. That's drilled into right field, but foul. That did not miss by much. As opposed to Sapporo Dome, which had those high walls and a symmetrical outfield, Escon Field Hokkaido does have a slightly different arrangement. And as you can see, it's already paid dividends for Go Matsumoto with his first inning triple deep into the right field corner. Kurokawa only has a 507 OPS in his 3 partial seasons with the Eagles. So, to be determined if it's Grand Salami time miles. Second good cut. Uwasawa decided to just pump in the fastballs to try and induce a ground ball. Shimauchi, or it's Asamura at third, Abe at second, Yamazaki at third. Between innings, I want to talk about that Captain's C you spot on the jersey of Hideto Asamura. Eagles 0 done with some noise. Are NPB tickets comparable to MLB? I found that NPB tends to be cheaper, to be honest.
It's extremely cheaper.
Fouled out of play again.
Of course, it depends, time of year, when you're buying it, seat location, are they in the playoffs or not, are they going to be, etc.
Yes, Ben, this is true. The beer is definitely cheaper. Food's cheaper too, and you can bring in not only outside food, but outside alcohol.
Just pour it out into your own cups.
Yep. Eagles fans layering on the chants theme, trying to get an RBI here. Called strike 3! Kurokawa down looking. Uwasawa reaching back for a little extra mustard on the heater. Dotted the outside corner. Oh, he needed that. Well, J-Clad, there's an easy way to get an NPB hat, and this is going to be a little tweak of the nose for the fans of the club. Just buy a Cincinnati Reds hat and say it's a Carp hat. Fair. Done. You're good.
I was actually able to get a couple of throwback hats at Shinagawa Station a couple weeks ago. They had a big throwback pop-up.
I'm jealous. I have a store in Shinjuku. I can't say the name because we're not allowed to do plugs there. But they are my supplier for all my caps. Sumitani swing and a miss. 147 on the radar gun. Uwasawa reaching back for a little extra.
Was able to get an Orion's hat and a Invincible Seibu era throwback.
Nice. I would love to get Kintetsu era Buffalo's cap on my next strip.
Oh, they're always limited. They're hard to find.
Yeah,
They
I
sell
know.
out so quick.
Well, yeah, that's because they look so good.
Such a nice hat.
Sumitani fouls this away, and Uesawa's a strike away from getting out of this situation. Also, nice pitch count. Sumitani already has a ring to his name. He won the Japan Series in 2008 with the Saitama Seibu Lions. Fouled into the right field stands again. I just want someone to show up in NPB with a Fu Manchu.
Hulk Hogan?
Well, no, that's a handlebar. That's different. I mean like the wispy
okay.
kind. The kind that'll like show up really nice on replays in slow motion, flapping slowly in the wind. Captain Waldo, it's our pleasure. This is something we started last season, and it's been our fun little hobby. You can see Uesawa has changed his approach. He's done with the secondary stuff. He's just pumping in the heaters. You can see some Fighters fans enjoying one of the special seating oases here at Escon Field, Hokkaido. A lot of ballparks will have little designated stands for groups. Clearly the ones at Escon Field are modern and a little fancier. Especially would love to take in a game from those hotel rooms. I think they even have an onsen on site. Never mind Arizona and their pool. How about a hot spring in your ballpark? Crab Demon got a feeling about the Hawks. Oh, and we're going to provide an out-of-town scoreboard update in due time. I did just realize that those games are now underway at Pepe Dome and Balloonadome. Sumitani is in a fight for his life here. With Uesawa. That's the sixth pitch of the at-bat. Sorry, seventh pitch of the at-bat. Lots of fouls off. Sumitani waiting on a pitch that works for him. See the slider starting to come back into the arsenal for Uesawa. He's ditched the knuckle curve and the splitter. High, ball two. 148 at the eyeballs. Yeesh. Which team has the dark black dirt infield? I think you're referring to Rakuten Seimei Park Miyagi, which I think may be renamed. Oh yeah, it's now Rakuten Mobile Park Miyagi. That also has a all dirt infield. Sumitani fouls off pitch number 9. Jay Clyde. Yes, please come to Toronto. Come visit me. That'd be great. So I was going to make a comment about how this game has been zooming along, but Sumitani versus Uesawa is turning into a war of attrition. Tenth pitch of the at-bat on the way. And it's fouled again. Are we going to run out of baseballs here, folks? Joseph mentioning something that I didn't bring up earlier, that yes, Naoyuki Uesawa has MLB aspirations. No word if he's going to get posted. this offseason. There are certainly other players in the Pacific League who come to mind, Yoshinobu Yamamoto among them. Once we get a break in the action, I'll be able to provide an out-of-town scoreboard update, and we do have one. Ball in the dirt, count is 3-2. Now things are dicey because a walk scores the first run of the game. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Uwasawa comes set. Deals. Fouled again, and now even the crowd is beginning to recognize what kind of a battle we're having here. This is getting ridiculous. All the lights on the scoreboard indeed. This at-bat has now gone on for 12 pitches. This is a meat grinder. That's in play, fair. Kiyomiya has it. And Uwasawa wins the Battle of Wills. A 13-pitch at bat with Sumitani ends with Uwasawa getting out of the jam. We're still scoreless here. How am I supposed to go to bed after that? Fighters coming up, Nomura, Kiyomiya, and Martinez. Bottom of the fourth. So, your out-of-town scoreboard update at Belluna Dome. Sachi Yamasaki is on the mound for the Oryx Buffaloes. He's working to Hotaka Yamakawa, WBC champion. Mark Payton, designated hitter, is at first base. 2 outs here at the bottom of the first. But the score is 2-0 Buffaloes, courtesy of a Yutaro Sugimoto 2-run home run in the top of the first inning. Everyone, do your stretch. It's your Raul pose time. Oh, yeah.
That's someone I really want to see bounce back. We need more Raul poses. Yeah, we need more Raul poses.
He's going to be critical to the Oryx offense. Oh, great. If we didn't have Disney on our case before from the Star Wars music, now we got Toy Story. Yeesh. Kevin Marquez. Yes, the live streams are only going to be for select games here on the Pacific League English YouTube channel. We'll post those in the chat momentarily. The Buffaloes game is currently the last one we have scheduled, Sunday, August 20th at 12 a.m. as the Oryx Buffaloes host the self-same Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. But if you want to get your Pacific League fix, FTF Sports is your company. They carry a game of the week at 1 p.m. Eastern in English, Tuesday through Sunday. Nomura is going to send this one into the stands. Yuki Nomura looking for his first hit of the season. Already 2 strikeouts. Takinaka trying to keep his team. Ooh, good curveball. That thing barely qualifies. That might be an eephus. 99 kilometers an hour. That's highway speeds. Yes, DishNet34. That is a channel you'll find on the Roku listing. But if you want to catch games live without our lovely voices, FGF Sports now carries all 3 Pacific League games live broadcasted whenever they are. Nomura grounds out to third. Kurokawa on the fly. 1 down. Hey, Jonathan, glad you were able to join us. Man, there's been so much action, I haven't had a chance to tweet that we're still going here. Kiyomiya skies this one a mile high. That might be a lid scraper. Tatsumi calls off Yamasaki. 2 down. Uwasawa's probably looking into the corner going, do I have to go out there again? Any good guide to the vibes of the teams, asks Masterman274. If you take a look on our YouTube channel, you know, the one you're watching right now, you'll find the Making the Pitch series. This is a series of interviews I did with real NPB, or with real Pacific League fans in the Anglosphere from last year. I'm happy to announce that there will be an update to this series released later this season with Jimbo Bernicki as the interviewer. I have been temporarily replaced. Yeah, they do not quarrel with Ham. Ponham is the team owner, which is why they are on the road jersey that I'm wearing right now. Takinaka outside, ball 2. Martinez showing some good plate discipline. Two one on the way. That one might break a lamp somewhere. Look out. The whistles for foul balls is something so unique to Japanese baseball. It's like cicadas in summer. It's a sign of warm weather. Looks like Uwasawa will be coming out for the 5th. He's getting loose already. Off the handle of the bat, Martinez fouls this one away. Is it time for another prolonged at-bat? We'll see. The fans don't whistle when there's a foul ball. The ushers do. And you'll notice, like down there, the Panasonic Club Lounge seats, those are really close to the field of play. There's netting, but some seats are actually on the outside of the netting in some ballparks. Those fans get a free helmet. They also do give out the announcement to be careful every single time. That did connect with the roof! Holy smokes, Ariel Martinez! Yikes! That's the kind of power he brings. The 2-2 on the way. Takinaka tries the curveball. That one's speeding on the highway at 104 kilometers an hour. Gives a grin. Count is full. Curveball floated into center field. That will fall for a base hit. Ariel Martinez with his second hit as a fighter. First one was on Thursday. Second one is here. Chusei Manami likes this post. Y'all must be getting loopy because of the time of night if you're talking about sandwiches as a baseball team name. That's some Savannah Bananas nonsense you got going on.
If anyone's going to start one, I'm willing to invest.
Somebody can get Fred Penner to license the song as the team theme. Daigo Kamikawabata up to the plate. 716 OPS in 80 games last year. Unfortunately, Eugene, this stream will not be archived on the YouTube channel. That is part of our deal with the fine folks at Pacific League Marketing who let us do this on their channel. Kamikawabata strikes it into foul territory. Count is 0-2. Funnily enough, hot dogs are still a ballpark food over in Japan. I've had a few of the tube steaks myself when I was over there. They really like grainy mustard to go with them. 1-1 on the way. Fastball low. This is not the Koshien. This is the Midnight Matinee. Second game of the season. Second game in the history of Esconfield, Hokkaido. And the first game of the next two-way phenom, Kota Yazawa's career. 2-1. Fly ball deep to center field. Tatsumi has a beat on it. That will end the bottom of the fourth. NPB games are, the regular season is 143 games long. Series are usually 3 games in length. So the rubber match for this series will be tomorrow, Sunday. And also a midnight start. So if y'all want to stay up and watch, FTF Sports has you covered. They'll carry this and other Pacific League games without commentary as they happen live at midnight. And then I think they're carrying the Marines and Hawks series with English commentary at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I know this song. That's Genghis Khan by a German disco band. It's also the name of a barbecue dish they serve in Hokkaido, which may be the relationship here. That is a yakiniku grill.
That poor trout.
That poor fish.
Yes, Who's Daddy? It is there. It is popular, and some popular players will get their very own ramen dish named after them. You can order that while they're playing there.
Ramen, yakisoba is popular. I remember when I was at the Eagles ballpark in 2019, the big deal there was the long potato, extruded potato fries.
I think Randy Messenger had the big mess ramen. It was a big bowl.
They also have karedons and gyudons. You can get just about anything there. Me personally, just give me a carton edamame and I'm happy.
I usually just bring my own in.
Ryosuke Tatsumi, third time up at the plate. Ground out to second. It'll be Ishii onto Kiyomiya. 0 for 3 day for the Eagles leadoff batter Tatsumi.
This ballpark will take you probably 3 hours by bullet train from Tokyo. I don't know the exact time from Shinagawa Station.
Might want to double that one.
6?
Yeah, I did that
really.
trip. Well, because the Shinkansen only goes as far as Shin Hakodate Hokuto. You have to take the Super Hokuto the rest of the way. to Sapporo or to Kita Hiroshima in this case. But they're getting there.
Huh.
By the time 2030 rolls around, the bullet train will make it all the way to Sapporo. Interesting perspective there on that camera. Where was that? And some days I wish I could ask the camera team some questions. Eagles Owendon getting ramped up again for Kobukata. 683 OPS in his career, two-time All-Star. You could watch the game from the Ferris wheel at the Eagles ballpark. I mean, you may not get the best view, but you can certainly do that. It's also right near the craft beer tent. Right up the middle. Urasawa couldn't get a beat on it. Kobukata's aboard with one out.
Miles James, if you can't believe that, some stadiums used to let you bring in your own little grill. And your own raw food. I don't know if anyone allowed it anymore, but it was a thing for a while.
I mean, I've seen some of the things people bring into the Rogers Center here in Toronto, and if you're not bringing a whole charcuterie board, really, what are you doing at the ballpark?
Same thing at Citizens Bank, you can bring anything in.
Uesawa wishes he had that one. Kobukata taking a lead off first. We've already had 2 runners thrown out by the Eagles. Fighters and Shimizu may want to try and get a little bit of revenge. Michael Franco signed with the Phillies organization as an international free agent in 2010. Joined the Major League Club in September 2014. 130 home runs in the majors. That's an infield fly. Nomura hauls it in. Second out of the inning. You know you're having a bad day when your batting average goes down by like half.
4番セカンド浅村
Michael Franco, normally a third baseman, but you've seen the Eagles are going with Kurokawa at third for the extra defense. If I'm not mistaken, Eigo Tomogi, their usual third baseman, is dealing with an injury. AJ, there is a limit on foreign players per team, maximum of 4 with the major or with the top club, and they can't all be hitters or all be pitchers. Has to be a mix. You can, however, have as many foreign players as you like on the minor league team, and that's where some players will go. I remember one club was using the minor league team as a start to help rotate starting pitchers. So one would pitch, take 10 days off, as Kobukata sneaks into second with a cheeky stolen base. Kobukata off running, picks Shimizu's pocket. Good throw, late and high on the tag. I need to bring up the jersey number 0 during the next inning. Okay, actually, let me take some notes. Captain C first, then the number 0. Apologies for typing noises.
Tap Dancing Crab Demon, I think the majority of the stadiums have the female announcers, and I know for the Pacific League, the Zozo Marine Stadium PA announcer, she's pretty famous. I think she has a big consecutive game streak going, over 2,000 games.
If anyone's going to drive in a run today, it might be Hideto Asamura, career 829 OPS. 9-time All-Star, 7-time Best 9, including last year, as well as 2-time Gold Glover. Bounced in the dirt. Kurokawa scurries back. It's a long and storied career, on track for a Hall of Fame pace. Bullpen activity now for the Fighters. I'm just going to double check whom that is. Brian Rodriguez warming up in the bullpen. So we mentioned foreign players. That's one of them for the Fighters. In addition to Ariel Martinez, they are the employers of Arzmendi Alcantara, Brian Rodriguez, Connor Menez, Cody Ponce, who threw a no-hitter last year, and John Gant. Another one spiked into the dirt. Uesawa seems to be struggling a little bit with the breaking balls. So while we got some time here, the captaincy I know is uncommon in the majors, but just about every single team in NPB has a captain, and that C is treasured. Slider dropped in for a strike. Count is full now. Mogi was the captain for the Eagles last season. Asamada took over the C this year. Previous captains have included Takero Kajima, Ginji, the mononymous Ginji, my favorite Eagle. Ginji is my homeboy. As well as former fighter and current Eagle, Haruki Nishikawa. As Asamada works his second walk of the inning, or the game, that will draw a walk from the Fighter's Brain Trust. That might be the end of Uesawa's day. Shimauchi, the man they nicknamed Eel Dog, getting ready. 93 pitches for Naoyuki Uesawa, trying to get through the fifth here. 7 walks, 3 strikeouts. 2 of those have been Tatsumi. Gate Camper, my man, you are feeding me the topics. I love it. NPB Draft. I'm adding that to the queue. Crab Demon mentioning, yes, Uroki Sasaki pitched a perfect game with 19 strikeouts last season, followed it up with 8 more perfect innings the following game, and then the first pitch of the next game gave up a hit, and that was the one we were streaming. That was the first midnight matinee, if you can believe it. Knuckle curve, low for ball 1. Uesawa trying to gut out one more inning. Asamura with his second walk of the game, stationed at first. Kobukata got a single and walked. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Gate Camper, you are correct. Gosuke Kato became the first reverse posting, and that's a term I'm using, no one else is, in NPB history, in that he was selected through the NPB draft as from the Mets organization, where he went to after being DFA'd by the Blue Jays. Shimauchi, line drive, right field, base hit. Here comes Yazawa up throwing. The throw is cut off and redirected to third, not in time. Kobukata is scored. Shimauchi picks up the game's first RBI. Eagles lead 1-0.
Miles, yes you are, except you can't keep batting practice ones, I believe. Regular foul balls are okay.
The Eagles, Owen and Don, are waving flags and singing along. Excellent at bat from Shimauchi, picking up right where he left off last year. Daring attempt by Yazawa, or by the pitcher Uesawa, to redirect that to third. My mistake, that was Ishii, the second baseman, cutting off the throw. Runners at the corners now, 2 out for Toshiki Abe. Asamura managed to go first to third. 96 pitches now for Uesawa. Fastball in there for a strike. Who's your daddy? Calling out Fly Eagles Fly. Yeah, I can imagine that name might be a little charged. You can always just say Fly Golden Eagles Fly. That is the full name. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. 0-1 on the way. Outside ball 1. Shimizu looking into the dugout to get some calls. Looks like that slider slid all the way up. Bit of a hanging one. Miles James asking why the other league doesn't broadcast games in the States. They do not have a central marketing and broadcasting arm. Each of those teams owns their own broadcasting rights, and only one has a streaming solution. The Pacific League teams do consolidate their broadcasting, and as a result, have Pacific League TV. Which, if you want access to farm team games, if you want access to the interleague games that show up in late May, and if you want access to a decade's worth of historical games, you too can subscribe at pacificleague.com. 1,500 yen a month, around 15 US dollars. Who did Abe play for last year, Jonathan? That would be the Dragons. Called strike 2. Splitter snuck in there. Sorry, that would be a slider. 100 pitches. Joseph continuing to bring the spiciness in the chat. Love to see it. And if I may do a little bit of an ad read during or after this at bat, I do want to mention that interleague series. Abe fouled this out of play. All right, now's as good at a time as any. So, NPB is unique in that all interleague games take place during a single month-long stretch. Every other league team will visit 3 teams and host 3 teams from the Pacific League. Each Pacific League team will do the same. For the Pacific League hosted games, those are included in Pacific League TV. So if you want to catch your favorite other league team, might be worth the 1,500 yen. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Uesawa gets out with just the 1 run allowed. Eagles 1, Fighters 0 at the halfway mark. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Kami Kawabata, Shimizu, and Isobata. Sorry, Shimizu, Isobata, and Yazawa. So, the NPB draft. High schoolers and college players, as well as players from the industrial leagues in Japan, and some independent league teams can declare themselves eligible for the draft. The second and later rounds play out pretty much the same as in the majors, with teams in a reverse snaking order based on their end of season standing. But the first round is a lottery system. You can name any player you like. But if someone else has picked the same player as you, you have to... Oh, they're doing Snapchat filters. Okay. You have to pull a lottery to win that player's negotiating rights. And that player may or may not negotiate with you afterwards. If you lose the lottery, you have to name another player afterwards. And it makes for excellent television, I'll tell you that much. When all the players are announced, everyone, applauds. You get to see the players at their various schools or at the teams. And then the lottery picks. Kotaro Kiyomiya, the Fighters' first baseman, set the modern record and had 7 teams vie for his rights, with the Fighters winning that 17 draw. I think Hideo Nomo has the overall record. 8 or 9 teams tried to get Nomo's rights, with the Kintetsu Buffaloes winning them. Any legacy players playing in NPB, like sons of other NPB players? That's a good question. I do not know off top of head. Takinaka throws that slow curve well outside for ball 1. Strike called. Slider inside. Shimizu 1 for 1 on the season. That was his single earlier today. Strike 2. Fastball from Takinaka. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Held on for a foul tip. Shimizu down on K's. Well, Crab Demon, it's not too much of a trouble. The key to... The cool part is the Buffaloes will bust out the Kintetsu Buffaloes, the Nankai Braves, and the... the Hankyu Braves, and the Oryx Blue Wave jerseys for special series against their former Osakan city mate, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, who used to be the Nankai Hawks.
Osaka Classic, I think, or was it the Osaka Derby?
I think they call it the Kansai Classic.
Kansai Classic.
Because Hankyu, of course, had their sit-up in Nishinomiya, and the Oryx Blue Wave played in Kobe. The Buffaloes actually play a couple games in Kobe every year as an homage to their dual heritage, let's call it. The game I was at in 2019 at Kyocera Dome was one of those Kansai Classic games. The Hawks were in their road green jerseys from the Nankai era, and the Buffaloes were wearing the Hankyu Braves jersey. And back in 2019, the starting pitcher was some kid by the name of Yoshinobu Yamamoto. 7 innings, a 1-run ball. Perfectly Yamamoton. Anyways, back to today's action. Takinaka's worked a 2-1 count here. See the defensive alignment. Takinaka pumps in the slider. Strike 2. AJ, NPB does have instant replay. You missed a challenge earlier on a caught stealing at second base. What I'd like to see MLB do is honor their team's previous heritage a little bit more. Like, let's have Oakland come to Philadelphia and be the home team against the Phillies.
Nobody would watch.
Oh,
I can confirm that.
Okay. Special case saying they were the Daiei Hawks when I lived in Japan. That's right. That was the interim sponsor and owner between Nankai, a railway company, and SoftBank, the telecom who owns them now. So, in addition to the home games here at Escon Field, the Fighters also will tour around Hokkaido and play other games elsewhere. Asashikawa, Hakodate. Maybe they'll take a couple more games in the Sapporo Dome.
I think they played Starfin Field, too. That's
right.
in Hokkaido.
That's sailing into foul territory. Into the corner goes Kobukata, but he can't get a beat on it. Just running out of room off the fence. Off the netting, rather. Every MLB or every MPB team will do this. Go to some neutral site games that are in their territory. And it's an excellent way to expose fans to the sport. In lieu of the minor league teams, which aren't really that plentiful in Japan, this is the solution. How many total ballparks host NPB games? On the regular, that number is 13. Some teams do have 2 home ballparks, like the Buffaloes. They count both Kyocera Dome in Osaka and Hotomoto Field in Kobe as home ballparks. Two-two to Isobata. Fouled back into, I'm assuming those are luxury boxes. Yamasaki manning shortstop today.
Yes, Matt. Yes, they do. They each have 1. Some have 2.
SoftBank actually has 3 now.
They're up to 3? Wow.
Yeah, they're up to a Yongun. Two on the way from Takinaka.
Next, they'll have a Dominican Winter League team.
You laugh. A couple of the teams do actually have academies down in the States. The Carp in particular, or in the Dominican, the Carp in particular. Where do you think they got Soriano from?
Yeah, I know the Carp have it. I think SoftBank has it. Chunichi has a pipeline. I know that.
Spiked in the dirt. Count is full. Isobata giving Takinaka a run for his money. We saw Naoki Miyanishi getting loose in the bullpen. He's probably going to come in to the game to relieve Uesawa, who's over 100 pitches. Yeah, the Hawks do have that Masayoshi Son money. Isobata grounded. Asamura showing off some flash with the ground out. Good play there. 2 down. Bottom of 5th. So, Tap Dancing Crab Demon, that was their Seibu Classic uniform last year. They brought the baby blues back. Here's a replay of Kota Yazawa's first NPB hit. That's right, y'all are witnessing a rookie debut tonight. Not just that new ballpark smell. Ooh, someone rocking the retro 80s Fighters jersey. Nicely done, sir.
The realest fan. Love those jerseys.
Takinaka with a highway speed curve floated in there. For those of you stuck on the Imperial system, that's around 60 miles per hour.
I wasn't that confused.
Oh, one on the way from Takinaka. He's really working with the curveballs. Gate Camper with a good question. Yes, there are a couple of NPB video games. Pro Spirits for the PlayStation is the more MLB The Show-esque, but Power Pros is available for the Switch. And if you get the import version, it does have the NPB teams. The version currently on the eShop for both PlayStation and Switch does not have any of those players. Yazawa lines it foul. Good contact from the rookie.
For Who's Daddy, it really depends on the city. I can say in Tokyo, I did see a lot of people wearing them outside of games. I don't think you'll ever get LA levels where you can see Dodgers jerseys everywhere, but it depends on the city.
I've seen MLB or NPB caps in Toronto. I counted like 2 Giants caps, a couple of Tigers caps. I actually had to accost a guy wearing a Giants cap. Like, seriously, you come to my city and you wear this? I believe Pro Baseball Spirits is still being produced, but they're going to a slower release cycle. Like for Power Pros, the
It's every 2
2022
years.
game, the 2022 game has 2023 data available in it. Miles James, that's a good question. Called strike 3. Yazawa K's to end the inning. Takinaka's cruising here. J-Clad, your question, why are the camera angles on the side instead of from behind the plate? That's just the way the new stadium is set up, to be honest. Major League teams will have that as well. There's an excellent video out there on YouTube about different camera angles and how they can flatten some breaking pitches and make them look differently. Like if you're looking at it from a side angle, a horizontal slider will basically look like a straight pitch. All right, so Miles James with an important question: the best jersey in NPB history, and oh, that's so tough because there's so many good ones.
Either Cebu Baby Blue or the Lotte Orion's White and Reds or Powder Blue and Reds from the 70s and 80s. That's my pick.
Oh, those are good picks. I actually just imported a book on NPB uniforms and their history and whatnot.
70s Kentetsu's also really nice.
Yeah.
Blue Wave too.
Okay, I'm gonna go with a classic that's still being used. The Marines landed on the pinstripe black and white, and it's classic since like 2005. That's the one I'm going with. Plain, yes, but classic.
Which one would I pick? I mean, the Lotte throwbacks are so good that they're used in 2 different countries.
Okay, I may just have to close my balcony door. I just saw thunder outside my window. I've had our transformer blue. Excuse me, folks. I'll be right back.
And if anyone looking into Pro Spirits, it's currently on the Switch, not the PlayStation, but I do not think a 2023 version has been announced. I know the 2021 game got 2022 data. I don't know what they're doing currently. They do have the mobile game, however.
All right, for those of you just joining us now that we've hit midnight in the Mountain Time Zone, it's been a tense affair so far. Now Yuki Uesawa getting the call for the fighters, striking out Tatsumi to get things going. Kobukata grounds out to Kiyomiya with a diving play. Who's your daddy? I can't figure out what the name of the book's called. It's too many kanji. Go Matsumoto, bottom of the first, got things going with his first extra base hit of the season. Perfectly placed triple into the new right field corner. Unfortunately, the fighters were unable to cash him. We head to the third inning. Bottom of the third, Kota Yazawa, the two-way phenom, yes, he's registered as a pitcher, doinks his first NPB hit. A single into right center field. Fourth inning now. Bases full of Eagles. Uesawa struggling. But is able to strike out Sumitani after a 13-pitch at bat. Or sorry, get Sumitani after a 13-pitch at bat here to end the top of the fourth and end the threat. To the fifth we go, though. Asamura at first, Kobukata at second, and Hiroaki Shimauchi laces a line drive single into right field. Yazawa up throwing, but not in time. Kobukata taps home. And that's where we stand now. The Eagles leading 1-0. Through 5 innings. So we may see Yuki Matsui, the WBC champion for the Eagles.
19時30分、20時30分とスペシャルライトショーが行われます。ぜひこの後も楽しんでいてください。ファイターズのピッチャーの交代をお知らせいたします。噂に変わりまして、宮西。
New pitcher into the game for the Fighters. Naoki Miyanishi. And he has quite the resume here out of the Fighters bullpen. 3-time All-Star, 3-time setup pitcher of the year award, 380 career holds. He's been a mainstay of the Fighters bullpen since 2008. Sports a career ERA of 2.5. 2 breaking pitches, a slurve and a screwball, and throws and tops out at 147 kilometers per hour. Joseph A. with the out-of-town scoreboard update. I must be delinquent in my duties. Buffalo's putting the screws to the Lions. It's 6-0 now. For the Buffaloes. Lions held just 2 hits so far. Miyanishi plunks Tsuyoshi Yamasaki with a first pitch. Ouchie. Scoreboard update from Pepe Dome. Ryoya Kurihara back in the lineup after a very abbreviated 2022. Has his second home run in as many days. A solo shot in the bottom of the 4th inning. SoftBank leads 1-0. Lotte is still looking for their first hit of the game. Miyanishi allowed a base runner. And we're going to see a little bit of game of catch here. Yamasaki is speedy, and that's why Kurokawa is squaring to bunt. It's the issue with the bottom half of this lineup.
Just notice he's got some interesting eye black on.
What, the little
yeah, the little
triangle
boomerang
shapes?
looking, yeah.
Well, I do wonder how the light in Esconfield Hokkaido plays, because that's a lot of windows in center field, and hopefully those are not. You can tell that's bright.
Hopefully they're glare proof.
That's a good, excellent bunt. Shimizu up throwing, falling to make the play, but Kurokawa succeeds in the sacrifice bunt, moving Yamasaki to second base. 1 out.
Who's your daddy? I can just tell you that in that game mode, you can just skip all that flavor text. It's really not important.
9番キャッチャー住谷
Sumitani, of course, had that 13 pitch marathon with Uesawa back in the 4th. Shimizu offering a little bit of a diving practice here. New turf. Must be a little slick there. Maybe they're not used to playing on real grass after being in the Sapporo Dome for 20 years.
Feels weird seeing the fighters without that blue light they had non-stop shining on them in the Sapporo Dome.
Two ground outs so far today for Ginjiro Sumitani. But he's probably seen more pitches from the fighters than anyone else this season. Short season, I know, but shush. 0-1 on the way for Miyanishi. They attempt a pickoff back at second. Ishii scurries to cover. Yamasaki must have been taking a rather large lead. Like Jonathan's comment, he just wanted to feel it. Yeah, got to get that first skid in on the fresh grass. Sumitani waits for the 0-1. Lined into right field, over the head of Ishii. That's going to advance Yamasaki, but he holds at third, respecting Yazawa's arm. Runners at the corners with 1 out for the Eagles. They got something brewing here in the top of the 6th. Shinjo looks on from the dugout.
センター辰巳
Leadoff batter Tatsumi 0 for 3 today. Would love to get a hit here. Ooh. Almost top 20 plays caliber, but Ishii just did not have the reach for that. I have Eagles fans in my chat. All right. And a thank you to all of those people who have tuned in from Twitter, Reddit, Discord. Folks have been piling into tonight's game. I don't know if it's because it's a Friday or because it is the first game of the season here on Twitter or on YouTube. But much appreciated. We love the support. And y'all have my excuse to sleep in tomorrow. My permission. It's all good. Tatsumi looks at strike one.
I would like to know if you're waking up early on Saturday. Why? Just asking.
Still over 100 people tuned in as we march towards 2:45 in the morning. Here on the East Coast. Update from Balloonadome. Dietrich Enns still having a bit of a rough go. Keisuke Honda is coming in to relieve him for the top of the fourth. Enns allows 6 earned runs in 3 innings of work. 6-0 Oryx. So I picked up y'all as a gender-neutral replacement for guys a while ago. Also, I in my line of work, I've spoken with a lot of people from the South, and I just sort of picked it up.
Being from Philadelphia, I'm supposed to say use, but I refuse.
Yins.
Pittsburgh.
Right. Sorry, wrong side of the state.
Don't tell anybody, it's all the same.
Bit of a jam for the Marines right now. The Hawks looking to capitalize. Runners at the corners, and it's Taisei Makihara and Akira Nakamura. Atsuki Taneishi has thrown 80 pitches so far. Imamiya trying to get on board. And then WBC champion Takuya Kai coming up to the plate. Oh, Thesaurus! Good to see that you're able to enjoy more games since you're living on Japan time. In that case, you should be happy to know that FTF Sports will carry all Pacific League games without commentary as they happen throughout the season. So you don't have to watch the 1 p.m. with English commentary replay. Called strike 2 here from Miyanishi. Miyanishi trying to get all these lefties out. I know we're not allowed to talk about the other league, but holy smokes, there's a fun game going on at Kyocera Dome right now. Y'all just gotta look.
Kyocera Dome?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, because Miyanishi has been with the Fighters since 2008, that does mean he is a Japan Series champion. This team, led by Otani, won the World Japan Series in 2016. That is a strikeout and a bit of a pickle. And they got the runner at third. Yamasaki off third base. Excellent field awareness there by Kami Kawabata, Ishii, and Nomura. We'll see if Kazunari Ishii, the manager, requests a challenge. Joseph A using one of my... And it looks like he will challenge this once we get the gates open. There we go. Joseph using one of my favorite terms in baseball, tootlan, thrown out on the base pads like a nincompoop. All right, let's take another look at this. Tatsumi's just been having a rough go. Third strikeout of the day for the Golden Sombrero. And Ishii guns it to third. That's going to be a very close play. Did Nomura get the tag in time? Oh, that's Kamikawa Bada taking it.
I don't need to see that top roof angle, I think.
No kidding. All right, where does the tag hit? And is he in contact with the base?
Oh,
This may be one of our best things. Let's see. Ooh, they may have to call this one inconclusive. I do not envy the replay officials. Third base ump staring right at him. Dishnet with the Mario movie reference. Open the gate!
Jack Black?
Yep. I can't wait for that. Where was this 25 years ago? Okay,
Oh,
this may be
that'll
the
do
best angle. Oh, I think
he's out.
yeah. I think the call's going to stand here, folks. One of my favorite house rules that I wish any league would bring in, if the replay takes longer than a minute to review, call stands.
I think last season when I was watching, there was one in a game I was watching where it was like a 10-minute review.
Call stands out. So that's a strike him out, throw him out, 2-6-5 double play. We head to the bottom of the sixth. Eagles nursing a 1-0 lead.
Highly contested in the chat about the call.
No kidding. Oh, Lord. I wish I had an out-of-town scoreboard update. Okay, here we go. It looks like Tanaichi was able to wriggle out of the jam. Bases loaded with one out. Gets Kai, strikes out Ukyo Shuto looking. 1-0 Hawks through 4 at PayPay Dome. Sachi Yamasaki cruising through the lines lineup so far. Still 6-0 Buffaloes, top of the fourth there. And I can't do an out-of-10 scoreboard for the other league, but you can use baseball.yahoo.co.jp or even Google to see the other scores.
Jonathan, I would say until somebody else makes another song about a fox. Until then, I think this is kind of all they got.
Ooh, Joseph A., bring the breaking news. Rintaro Sasaki just broke Kotaro Kiyomiya's high school home run record that I referred to earlier in the broadcast.
Well, this year's lottery is going to be interesting.
No kidding. I mean, oh my goodness. Just Google Rintaro Sasaki. He's a big boy. Kazunari Ishii up to the plate for the third time today. Takinaka, third time through the lineup. Cruising so far, no earned runs, 86 pitches. Changeup tossed in there. We'll see Takinaka throwing 146, slider, slow curve, and that changeup we just saw. Like a slider down and away. So there's a little bit of strategy with the NPB draft in that case. Takinaka deals high ball 2 with a fastball. In that you could try and get the same player as everyone else, get Goo Goo Eyes. But if everyone zigs, there's an opportunity to just zag and get an equally good player uncontested.
And if there's one team known for that, that's the Fighters. They've done that on more than one occasion.
See Shohei Ohtani. Best ballpark food in Japan. Ooh, that's a tough one. Chopper up the middle. Takinaka stabs it. Excellent fielding by Ryota Takinaka for the first out of the 6th inning. I think, all right, to answer the question, best ballpark food, I think, and it's different for everyone, you gotta go for yakisoba. Quintessential Japanese ballpark food. Slurpy messy, savory sauce, dump a whole bunch of pickled ginger on it and call it a day.
I'm more of the ramen and karage kind of guy.
Ooh, karage's a good choice too, yeah. Go Matsumoto now. Line drive center field. That will fall and split the outfielders, potentially. Matsumoto's thinking two. Kobukata cuts it off, not in time. 1 out double for Go. Those are the 2 hard ones as part of a cycle. Two for 3 day for Go Matsumoto. Tried that slider and it just didn't slide. I'm wondering if the Eagles management has had their hand forced with some of the defensive alignment, or just trying to get everyone into the games early. We know that the Fighters rotated players a lot last season with Tsuyoshi Shinjo manning the helm. For example, on the bench today, but probably may see some pinch hit opportunities, Yuma Imagawa, the hometown boy, Chusei Manami, Daiki Asama, Ryota Yachi, Arizmendi Alcantara, Yudai Furukawa. Anyways, Nomura swings and misses. Changeup fooled him. Strike 1. So Niigata does have a team, but it's in the independent leagues. And the Fighters get to rock their chance theme, speaking of Genghis Khan. You want to hear you want a trip, go listen to some of their stuff. It's German disco. But they sing about a Chinese warlord, and they were a mimetic hit with Moscow. You may have seen the guy who looked like Santa Claus dancing. I'm hoping we might hear some other chance themes from the Fighters. They also interpolate Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, of all things. So the chance theme is something unique to Japan. Because this is a scoring chance, they have special themes that they use instead of the player chant for scoring opportunities like this. Nomura, line drive, right field, base hit! Matsumoto is on his horse. He will tie this ball game. Shimauchi up throwing, holding Nomura to a single. Knotted at ones. Nomura ties it up. And yes, Joseph mentioning the nickname Yuki Nomura has. He picked up the nickname James. Takinaka is going to be relieved. That must have been the end of the hook. So he leaves the runner at first. Nomura is his responsibility. If this game goes to extras, I may get a noise complaint. Good swing there by Nomura. Big Boss likes this post. And Matsumoto showing the speed. We're just waiting to see who the new pitcher is for the Eagles. Five and a third innings, 96 pitches, 7 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, no walks for Takinaka. Excellent command today. Well played. Call to the bullpen for the Eagles. It's Sora Suzuki. Pitched a scoreless inning yesterday. 2 days ago. Only faced 1 batter, never mind. But was an important part of the Eagles' bullpen in these middle innings. 4.03 ERA with 7 holds last season. Max is at a 155. Throws a slurve and a screwball. And producer dropping the facts. Yuki Nomura is born in Michigan, and thus James is his middle name. So it's not really a nickname, it is his name. Miles, good question. They do have a 7th inning stretch. It's called the Lucky 7, but cool part is the visiting fans will sing their theme before the top of the 7th, and the home fans will do it before the bottom of the 7th. So you'll be able to hear Flap Your Wings, Eagles, after the conclusion of this inning, and then On Fighters in the bottom half. And there is a man whose home run record just got eclipsed, Kotaro Kiyomiya. At one point named the Japanese Babe Ruth because he also pitched in high school. He struggled with the Major League roster for a while, but last year unlocked something in him. Possibly Big Boss Shinjo showing off how he could get work done. Career high in home runs with 18 and an OPS of 734. He also hit a walk-off in the All-Star game and thus was named All-Star MVP. 1 for 6 on the season so far. Swings at the first pitch, a mile high. Asamura calls off Yamasaki. 2 down. Ariel Martinez is an interesting case. You can imagine that communication for foreign players is tricky enough in Japan, but if you're a catcher and you have to speak with your pitcher on the regular, that makes it a little bit difficult. The only other foreign catcher I can recall, an Australian by the name of Dave Nilsson, known as Dingo in Japan, and I don't think he actually played catcher when he was over there.
I know that they did the experiment a couple of times in the, I want to say 20s, 30s, and 50s. I don't believe they really panned out because, yeah, that communication problem, real big issue when you have to have a mound visit.
That's true. That said, Dave Nilsson's still in baseball. He managed the Australian team and got a chance to go back to Tokyo for the WBC as part of pool play. Martinez inside, 150 on the radar gun. Sora Suzuki showing off the cannons.
Miles, in my experience, it's about 50-50. But once again, it depends probably what team they're cheering for.
So, Ariel Martinez was signed on a developmental contract, which is a player who isn't on the 70-man organizational roster and can't play with a major league club, back in 2018 from Cuba. He was registered in 2020. There's that slurve outside, ball 3. And he's more of an outfielder than a catcher. Usually plays in left. Formerly played for the Cocodrillo de Matanzas in the Cuban National Series. And one catcher he likes to study and emulate, current Kansas City Royal, Salvador Perez. Kind of hard to catch Royals games in Japan, but hopefully he's still able to. Fastball down the pipe, strike 1.
Probably the only way they're going to be on TV over there is if they're playing the Angels.
This is
or
true.
the Padres.
Still, only 26 years old, plenty of time to make a name for himself and join the legions of fantastic Cuban players in the Pacific League. Names like Despine, Gracial, Ballantine. You know, all these guys who showed up on the Cuban club in the WBC. Martinez works the walk. He's on board. Kami Kawabata now with runners at first and second. And 1 out. Sorry, 2 down. Kami Kawabata 1 for 2 today. 1 for 5 on the season with a walk. I wouldn't say that the Fighters are the worst team. They still have Japan Series championships, might I remind you. They're just on a bit of a slump right now. It's hard to rebuild a club when your best player leaves for the majors. My mistake, Ballantine is not Cuban, he's Curaçaoan, he played for the Netherlands. So, Despine, Gracial, those guys. Genghis Khan ringing down from the outfield. Martinez at first. Nomura at second. Oh, and that flamethrower out of the Hawks bullpen, Levon Moiniello. Do they always have a batter in the box for the ceremonial first pitch? Yes, they do. And it's always a swing and miss.
Did you see that one the other day where Yamakawa didn't swing at it?
Oh yeah, he no-sold it. Just stood there straight as a stone Buddha. That's one. Key Camper brings up a good point. Parity in NPB is fairly good. The format of the draft does disincentivize tanking, and every team wants to be able to put on a good effort. Speaking of which, Kami Kawabata deep to center field. Tatsumi just in front of the track will haul that one in. But hey, tie ball game. Yuki Nomura sends us to Ganbare Ganbare Rakuten time. Flap your mighty wings and sing along with the Eagles' lucky 7th.
Tap Dancing Crab Demon, my first NPB t-shirt was a 10 wins to celebrate Mike Bolsinger. I think I had a friend send it to me. I don't remember how much it cost. It was a pre-order too. I think there's only about like 700 or 800 of them made. There's been so many of them since though. Diego, you could do what someone mentioned earlier. Whoever wins this game, they get your loyalty. Miles, I picked mine because I had friends in the area, so I figured I'd be heading to that area a lot. And that's how I came to support the one that I support. See you, Joseph.
田中誠也
Come on, Joseph. You don't gotta do anything tomorrow, right? You can stay up. I mean, you're already in this deep. Some replays of top of the inning. Taking up your screen as Naoki Miyanishi begins to warm up on the mound. Well, Diego, historically, I think they're supposed to come from Akita, but... Kevin, we do one game a month. The schedule's been getting posted every so often by the account. I think the next one is April 25th, but that one is a 5 a.m. start. Oh, it's not me, Nishi. Masayoshi Tanaka, right-handed. Number 26 begins warming up. Pacific League is the less popular league and the one with the DH? I wouldn't say that, Gay Camper. And that was a cutter for a ball. Just missing at the top of the zone with a fastball is Tanaka. Three balls, one strike. That was a... was that another fastball up top right? I think it's been rather delayed, sorry. How come no one has a beard except foreign players? That'll be a walk for, I cannot see right now, my thing's lagging. Kubukata. I just don't think it's a big fashion trend in Japan in general, the beards. I'm not real certain on that. If you go back to that Meiji and Taisho period, everyone's got a beard, but I think recently it's not been a big thing.
Michael Franco not having as good of a day as he did yesterday. Look at that, he's already dropped 250 points off his batting average. 0 for 2 with a walk. Swings at the first pitch from Seigi Tanaka. Tanaka's an interesting situation in that he started out his career with the SoftBank Hawks, spent 6 seasons in that organization, but multiple injuries to his throwing arm and his shoulder limited his play time. Only 10 games in 2018 with the top club, 1 in 2019, none in 2020, 18 2 years ago, and 5 last year. This is his first season with the Fighters. He appeared in Thursday's game, with a scoreless inning. So they're counting on him for some high leverage work. With a runner on first. 0-2 count. Franco will foul this one off. And this is a deep cut for me because the player chant they're using for Franco is the same one that they used for Jabari Blash when he was with the Eagles in 2019. So I'm wondering if that's a sort of a generic foreigner song.
I think it's one of them plug and plays.
Well, it's the same meter, Furanko instead of Budashu. Swing and a miss. Tanaka lighten up the scoreboard there with a 153. There's that promise. Here's the fastball. Good luck.
Miles, some people like to make the comparisons. I don't really think there's many good ones you can make. I think there's too many differences for that. I mean, there's two big ones I can't really mention, but for the most part, I'm not really, I don't really think many of the comparisons work.
I mean, someone did try a while ago, but it's out of date, and especially now that the Buffaloes have finally hoisted the chalice and the pennant. Swing and a miss from Asamura. Breaking pitch got him fooled to even the count at ones. When Tanaka was healthy, he was effective. In 2021, in those 18 appearances, 2.16 ERA with 14 strikeouts. .151 on the radar gun. Normally, a forkball doesn't live that high in the zone. That's an interesting call on the pitch tracker. Tanaka seems happy. Must like what Usami's calling. 1-2 on the way to Asamada. Forkball low. The forkball is a distinctly Japanese pitch. In addition to the shuto, which has a arm side motion, that forkball with the very wide grip that just gradually drops down. Swing and a miss. 153 on the radar gun again. Tanaka K's Asamura. 2 down. And those of you watching the majors will become acutely familiar and acquainted with the forkball when former Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk Kodai Senga busted out for the New York Metropolitans. We miss him.
I don't know if his opponents do, though.
That's true. So, Crab Demon with an interesting question. Wishing MLB and NPB teams played exhibitions against each other. Tanaka keeps going with a heater against Shimauchi, who has the Eagles' lone RBI today. They do have exhibitions every so often. So when, for example, in 2019, when the Mariners and the Athletics, I think it was, came to the Tokyo Dome to open the MLB season to give Ichiro a send-off in his home country, the Mariners and the Athletics both played exhibition games against the Giants and these fighters.
They used to do it a lot more. I got a couple of programs going back to the 50s about MLB tours. Seemed like every other year back then they were doing it.
I think there's a documentary of Gary Carter from the Expos doing it somewhere on YouTube. Pardon me. And
I bought a women's cooking magazine because it showed a Phillies tour from the 50s on the back.
So, man on first. 1-2 count, 2 down. Seigi Tanaka working to Shimauchi. And yes, Miles James, they do have throwback uniforms. They, the Kansai Classic between the Hawks And the Buffaloes will often see both teams bust out retro uniforms from their past. And for the... I'm trying to think here. The Lions definitely break out classic uniforms all the time from their Invincible Cebu era. Not so much for the Marines, I find. Fouled off again, 151 on the radar gun. And the Eagles have only been around since 2004. They don't have much of a history to lean on. They are an expansion franchise and the most recent team created in NPB. Ooh, that one is inside. Almost gets away. Good block by Shimizu to keep the runner at first. Temperatures right now for Sapporo, it's 6 degrees outside. They are not opening that lid until like June. That's 6 degrees Celsius, I should be clear. 43 Fahrenheit.
That's not as bad as I thought it was.
Yeah, no. Not 6 Fahrenheit. Yeesh. It's not even that bad here in Toronto. That looked close, but a late frame from Shimizu, and the count is full. Freedom units, please. Seigi Tanaka trying to keep it here. Shimeluchi swings and deals. That's on the ground. Hot shot off the glove of Kami Kawabata. Good base running by Kobukata to sneak into third. They're going to mark that an error on Kami Kawabata, his first of the season, but that's a hard luck error. That thing was hit at like 110 miles an hour. Absolute cannon. Off the bat of Shimauchi. He swings the hot stick. You can see here, off the heel of the glove and into left field. Kurokawa having to bail out his... Anyways. Toshiki Abe. Miles, my man, I am not Steve Dangle. My history with Japanese baseball is a little more intricate. We can get into that at an appropriate time. Abe deep to right center field. On the track. Isobata hauls that one in. Which means it's time for the home team, Lucky 7. Get your towels, get your jet balloons ready. As the Fighters PA takes you through the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters fight song. The Fighters Anthem, Our Fighters. So as we get set for the bottom of the 7th, I did want to briefly point out my bona fides when it comes to this league and this game. I am making a point to wear the jersey of every single team that we show on the broadcast for their home game, which means right now, on camera, I am rocking the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters road jersey. Seiji Tanaka happy to see the end of that inning and the end of the top of the 7th. Damian Fleming, I just love Japanese fans in every sport. Yeah, they are fantastic. Shinjo communicating some messages to the team. Shimizu Izubata Yazawa here. Brand new pitcher into the game for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, Mao Ito. Entering the game. First pitch sailed high, 142. Ito, a rookie, this is his first NPB appearance. Shimizu 1 for 2 today, strikeout and a hit. 1-1 on the way. Well outside from Ito. 2-1. Outside again, count now 3-1. Mao Ito, 4th round selection by the Eagles in last year's draft from Nodai, Hokkaido, Okhotsk. That's the region very close to Russia. That's fouled into the expensive seats. Count is now full for Yushi Shimizu. It's weird that we're now going to start seeing major leaguers born in the 2000s. Like, I'm not... Yeah, I know. I'm fading into gray and black and white here. That one well outside. Ito yanks it. Shimizu aboard with a leadoff walk. Fighters trying to get something going here as we creep towards midnight on the Pacific Coast, and there's still 130 of y'all watching? From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Time is precious, and I'm grateful that you've chosen to spend some of yours with us tonight. All right, we have a pinch runner at first base.
Vinny Val with the $2 super chat. Thank you. We hope to do more of it for you. Vinny, I believe you're the first person to do that. We'll have to try and see if we can pin that or something.
Absolutely.
That's even possible.
Isabata looking for a pinch hit. What? And the ball gets away from Sumitani. Egoshi was thinking about stealing 2. He's going to stay put at second, though. That's going to be a wild pitch, and what a wild pitch. Mao Ito, maybe a little juiced up to be here in the majors. Egoshi, wearing number 37, standing at second base. Joined the Fighters from the Tigers organization. Spent 8 seasons with the org, being drafted in the first round. Just couldn't really figure it out. Mostly used as a pinch runner and defensive replacement. His last base hit was in 2019, mostly because he spent a lot of time down in the minors. He was traded with Yukiya Saito, a pitcher, for a pair of infielders in Yuto Takahama and Ryo Watanabe. That ball gets into the backstop, and that backstop was a particularly pointed discussion as the season got started. It's smaller than the NPB regulation backstop here at Escon Field, Hokkaido. They were able to get an exception for this season instead of having to demolish seats. Isobata looking to square to bunt again, try and get his way aboard. Ito checks in at second. Yazawa, the two-way phenom, may have an opportunity here. There's the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang chance theme. Fantastic fielding there, but I'm not sure if that was a foul ball. That bounced off home plate. Sumitani on it quick, fires to third. Kurokawa fields it, but it's not in time. Or pointless. That ball bounces foul. Barehanded grab. Isobata waiting for a pitch he can actually hit. Egoshi, the speedster, at second. Which means we may see someone like Torai Fushimi, Yurai Furukawa, or Shingo Usami take over behind the plate for the eighth. That's a mile-high bunt. Talking about your ceiling scrapers. That's on top of the cages behind home plate. Ito trying to feed him a steady diet of sinkers with that arm side break. Isobata squares to bunt again. Low, ball two. Jonathan with a $5 super chat. Man, I don't even know what places are open anymore. It's 3 a.m. There's a Matchbox 20 song named that.
Well, you got Timmy's. They're 24/7, ain't they?
Not all of them.
I'm sure in Toronto they got a couple of them.
Near me, maybe. Subway shut down. There's the bunt we were looking for. No play at third. They'll get Isobata even with his wheels. So the go-ahead run stands 90 feet away. And Yazawa, the rookie, is going to be asked to pick up his first Major League RBI. It's rookie v. rookie here. Mao Ito versus Kota Yazawa. This is fun. All right. Ishii trying to figure out how best to deal with the situation. Runner on third, one out. I'm glad you're enjoying Hotaru. It definitely is a unique style of game. Small ball, defense minded. I mean, there's a reason we do the top 20 plays and we have enough plays every week. New pitcher into the game for the Eagles out of the bullpen. Mao Ito responsible for the runner at third. This is Hayato Yuge. This is his 5th season with the Eagles. Made a few appearances last season with 3.29 ERA in middle relief. Expect a slider, curve, and a sinking two-seamer. We got another pinch hitter as well. Kota Yazawa's day is over. And we're going to see Yuma Imagawa, the hometown boy, Hokkaido born and raised, pinch hitting. So there's the pinch hitter. Handsome
I like that
tactics
camera angle.
by Vinny Vile. Ooh, this is gonna make me dizzy. Ugh.
Out of nowhere with the cinematic camera angles.
Hey, I like Vinny Vile's description. Handsome tactics, or Damian Fleming rather. So, Imagawa, this is his 3rd season in the bigs, had a decent breakout last year. 10 home runs, 678 OPS, a single will do here. And that's through for a base hit. There's the single. Imagawa pinch hit, RBI. Fighters lead 2-1. That will close the book on Mao Ito's first professional appearance. Enjoy the 9 ERA, kid. Hopefully you'll get a chance to lower that soon. Yamasaki just couldn't get on it. Oh, look at Uwasawa. He's jacked up. Imagawa's hyped. Y'all in the chat better be hyped.
Is that like a hot water bottle on his arm when he put his hands up? I've never
I think
seen
so.
that.
I've seen that a couple of times on some of these broadcasts. The starting pitchers will wear those really large t-shirts with either hot or cold compresses underneath.
I've never seen him wrapped up like that, though. Wow.
So the Fighters hold the lead as Ishii steps into the batter's box. 0 for 6 so far with a walk on the season. Imagawa, the pinch hitter, is at first. Ishii, sacrifice bunt, diving run though. Face first. Eats some dirt, but is able to advance Imagawa to second. Of course, with Yuge being a left-handed, now he has to face a couple of right-handers in Go Matsumoto and Yuki Nomura.
Bunt enthusiasts and having a game tonight.
No kidding. We are seeing some excellent quality bunts. The Pacific League Midnight Matinee. It slaps the ham. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue there, AJ.
I ain't slapping any ham. What did it do to me?
Well, we're all getting a little punchy here. And that's an intentional walk. Interesting move. They want nothing to do with Go Matsumoto, who's already had 2 extra base hits today. So that means runner at first and second with 2 down. Force at any bag. Yuki Nomura had the game-tying RBI last inning. Slider in for a strike. Yuge trying to keep this a one-run game to give his team 6 outs to work with. Second slider, this one a little lower, ball 1. Once I think I will say that if you really want to improve... Ooh, that looked close. If you really want to improve your enjoyment of the Japanese leagues, learning a little bit of katakana is helpful, especially given all the loan words that are used over there. Homuran, daburu pure, auto, seifu, they're all loan words because the game started in America. In America. Outside
Plus,
ball 3
online
from Yuge.
flashcards. I mean, you'll be able to learn katakana within a day.
That's true.
Also,
So
that
you
pitch from earlier, right on the line.
So you see that, yeah, that green, that blue triangle, that's a shuto, or shoot ball, because it moves arm side opposite from a slider. Another distinctively Japanese pitch. And that is ball 4 to Nomura. They were pitching around him a little bit. Bases loaded, 2 down. For Kotaro Kiyomiya. I mean, this is lefty on lefty. This is exactly the matchup you want to have if you're Hayato Yuge. And we've gone from Star Wars to Freddie Mercury. I like this kid. Out-of-town scoreboard update while we wait. Still 6-2 for the Orcs Buffaloes over the Cebu Lions at Belluna Dome. That game is in the bottom of the 6th. Hitomi Honda on the mound, having relieved Sachiya Yamazaki. Aito is batting right now. At PayPay Dome, game starting to get away from the Marines. It's 5-0 SoftBank Hawks. Luis Perdomo getting his NPB debut. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Yuge showing off the cutters. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang echoing from the first base side. Kiyomiya swings and misses, strike 2. There's that Shuto, that reverse horizontal break. Definitely a big moment as we continue to enter the times when people are supposed to be asleep. All over the West Coast. I'm still getting retweets. Who's up at this hour? Us. We are the ones that are up at this hour.
Yeah, it's just me retweeting you.
Appreciate it, man.
20 different alts. Oh, I got some retweets too, wow.
Ryoya Kurihara is a man possessed. His 2-run single makes it a 5-0 ball game. Kiyomiya, ground ball, foul up the first base side. Bases loaded, 2 down, 1-2 on the way to Kiyomiya. Fouled off. We may be in another battle of the wills here. That's pitch number 6. First real four-seamer we've seen from Yuge. Martinez, a Right-handed batter. Waits on deck. Koya Fuji working a shutout. Up to 82 pitches now, but he's still working top of the 7th. Marines have only mustered 2 hits so far against the Hawks. Two on the way. Up the middle. Yuge can't get it. That's basically a deadened ball. Everybody's safe. And it's 3-1 Fighters. Kiyomiya hits it 60 feet. And it fools everyone. AJ, Mr. Comments, yeah, similar to a screwball. But with a bit more of a horizontal break as opposed to screwball, which is sort of diagonal. Sometimes you don't always need a home run. Kiyomiya should be taking those every day of the week. Yuge is going to be seeing that one when he goes to bed tonight. It's a critical insurance run.
That ball just avoided everybody.
Ariel Martinez with a chance to make his mark on the game in a big way. Not sure what's going on. Maybe a issue with the bullpen door. 1 for 3 so far today, or 1 for 2 so far today. Single and a walk. 2 for 5 on the season. 2 out. Shuto away for ball 1. Martinez fouls it, mouths something. I'm guessing he missed that one. Martinez set. Here comes Yuge. Inside, called strike 2. He's really leaning on that Shuto. Pip-kun, we're Hawks. Soon, buddy. Not to worry. We are going to have the Hawks on the broadcast soon enough. They will host the Midnight Matinee Sunday, June 25th, and be the visiting team Sunday, July 2nd. That's right, consecutive weekends. Martinez strikes out, but not only do the Fighters take the lead, they tack onto it Imagawa and Kiyomiya with the RBI singles. Fighters bullpen is going to get to work here. Up 3-1. Bottom of the order for the Eagles coming up next.
HTV によるイベントや金倉さとえさんによるバッターゲームショー、さらにスペシャルライトショーも行われます。そして七つ星横丁その年はタワー11のフードホールは夜21時まで営業中。この後もエスコンフィールド北海道で楽しんでいってくださいね。
I do like that we're seeing a lot of firsts in this game. Yazawa's first appearance, Yazawa's first hit, Mao Ito's first appearance. And potentially, the first win at Escon Field Hokkaido for the home club. Quick out-of-town scoreboard. Oh, look at Imagawa. Curtain call for the pinch hitter. Remember, he is from the Sapporo area, so he's got a certain special fandom here. All right, Jonathan, take care. I wouldn't be surprised if people start leaving, given that it is 3:17 in the morning. But hey, we still got over 100. All you folks on the Pacific Coast, hope you're enjoying the game. This is the Midnight Matinee, courtesy of the Pacific League TV, English YouTube channel. Connor Menez coming into the game. Egoshi takes over in right. Torai Fushimi behind the plate. There's your bench updates. So we may see Egoshi get a chance to bat. Yamasaki will take strike one from Connor Menez. Menez joined the Fighters mid-season last year, sometime around June or July. In 15 appearances, 6 holds, a 1.08 ERA. Called strike 2. Expect 4 pitches from Menez. Fastball, slider, curve, circle change. Drafted by the San Francisco organization and pitched for them from 2019 to 2021. Oh, did he go? I think he did. Strike 3. Menez enters the game, puts up a K. Looked like a changeup. Got the timing completely discombobulated by Yamasaki. Tried to check his swing, did not. Home plate umpire called. Rung him up. Pinch hitter here for the Eagles. Yukiya Ito. Pinch hitting for Kurokawa. Take a slider away for strike 1. Ito has his name etched in the record books. In Thursday's game, he hit the first home run in Esconfield, Hokkaido history. Fouled away 0-2 early. Ito joined the Eagles from the Bay Stars in 2022 via trade, having limited top team appearances with both franchises. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Menez reaches back, fires off the heater. Strong relief appearance here for Connor Menez. If you're looking for stereotypical locations for foreigners, pitchers, first basemen, and outfielders tend to be it. We've seen the occasional middle infielder foreigner, you know, your Adani Hechavarria or Julio Franco. Third baseman as well, Brandon Laird, formerly of the Chiba Lotte Marines and the Hokkaido Nippon M Fighters. But NPB teams look for power and look for strong arms. pitchers and first basemen primarily. Ah, Freddie Galvis, that's true, although he has moved to third recently. Ginjiro Sumitani, the catcher. 1-1 count. Here's Menez. That's bounced in the dirt. That looked like his curveball.
Always seems like they have one foreign starting pitcher and then one foreign relief pitcher. I don't think I've seen many where they've had the 2 starters or 2 relief pitchers. Seems like those. I wonder, do they have to keep it half and half like that?
I don't believe so, because the Fighters have Ponce and Gant. Both are starting pitchers. But it has to do with the number of foreign players you can have in a single game. If memory serves, you can have 4 on the roster, but only 3 can show up in a game. So we've seen Martinez. We saw Brian Rodriguez get loose but not come into the game. And now we've got Connor Menez. Looks like he's got a sweetheart in the stands. 2-2 count. Full count. Good at-bats by Sumitani all throughout tonight. Best Japanese candy, Miles James is asking.
Miles, try a thing called umeboshi. I think you'll like it.
Why would you even bring that on someone? Sumitani works his second walk of the night.
Man, why'd you have to ruin it? I got with it.
No, umeboshi are nasty little things. Ugh. I can't stand them.
Did you get tricked or did you try it willingly?
Willingly, they put it
I
on
got
top
tricked.
of the rice in a bento box. I mean, what was I going to do? I didn't know any better. I know better.
Someone told me it was candy.
Ay. Fifth at-bat of the game for Ryosuke Tatsumi. 3 of those Ks in today's ball game. Tying run at the plate. Menez with a man on first. Fly ball deep to right field at the plate.
Is it gone?
And that's gone to the Owendon. Ryosuke Tatsumi equalizes this game. That's one way to reverse a script. Home run, Eagles 3, Fighters 3. That's a wall scraper for sure, but Tatsumi will take it. Little lefty on lefty violence. Right into the gap between the metal fence and the real fence.
It's not how far, it's how many.
That's true, which means that for the moment, the Eagles have all 3 home runs hit at this ballpark. So that is a blown save for Menez as he gets to work on Kobukata. Slider for strike 2. Yeah, the spirit is willing, but the eyelids are spongy and bruised. 1 for 4 today for Kobukata. Line drive, base hit into right field. Looks like someone may have knocked that one down. Menez continuing to look for that third out. And now he's going to have to deal with Michael Franco to do it.
The plate of a relief pitcher get a nice out and then just comes tumbling down.
Fushimi trying to practice some English with Menez. Good contact there by Kubokata. Okay, Diego, I'm going to give you like maybe a quarter mark on that one.
think
Yeah.
at Sapporo Dome, that's off the wall.
Yeah, at Sapporo Dome, that is
That's
a
a double.
wall. Yeah. Looks like we may get a pitching. Nope, no pitching change. Out of town scoreboard update. Takuya Kai, WBC championship catcher, with a 2-run single in the bottom of the 7th. SoftBank is making it look ugly. It's 7-0 over the Lotte Marines. 13 hits on the day for the Hawks lineup. You think they're angry? I think they may be angry.
Maybe one of the Marines mascots said something.
All right, we're seeing a couple of pitchers get loose in the Fighters bullpen, which is exposed here at the Escon Field, Hokkaido. On the left, wearing number 19, is Taisho Tamai. Right-hander. Couldn't get a glimpse of who the right one was. Might be Kazutomo Iguchi, number 29. And not all Japanese players not all caps are brim. It's getting late here, folks. Franco punches this one into center field. Isobata can't get to it. He picks it up on a hop. Kobukata, showing off some daring do, will advance to third. Michael Franco, 2-out single. And now the Eagles are the ones with a chance to break this game open. That may be the end of the game for Menez.
Miles, I just don't think the flat brim fashion trend just ever caught on. Some things just don't make their way that far over the ocean.
Shinjo making conversation with the umpire. It will indeed be Taisho Tamai coming into the game. Menez on the hook for the 2 runners on base right now. Eagles with a chance to regain the lead. Runners at the corners with 2 down. This broadcast is the copyright of Pacific League Marketing and Pacific League TV and cannot be redistributed or rebroadcast without the express written consent of PLM and the 6-member teams. Menez is going to have to sit and think. Also a reminder, make sure you are getting hydrated and getting up and stretching. Ball games can last a while. We're at 3:30 in the morning.
Three and a half hours? Something pitch clock, something pace of play, something.
Hey, we've been having fun, you know? Taisho Tamai has been a consistent reliever for the Fighters over his last 6 seasons with the club. Career 3.23 ERA, 19 holds last season as a critical piece of the bullpen. Shuto, cutter, and curve Top 149 on the radar gun. And he's going to have the tall task of dealing with Hideto Asamura and Hiroaki Shimauchi. Here's Hideto Asamura. 5th at-bat of the day. 2 walks, a strikeout. Still looking for his first hit of the season. Now would be a prime opportunity.
Honestly, AJ, they might have had something like that back in the 70s. Not even kidding, I think I saw something like that in one of my old magazines that I got.
So there's that cutter up at the top of the zone from Tamai. Chopper up into foul territory. That looked deceptive. Hushimi tracks it down. Not sure if Hushimi is going to get a chance to bat, so he's an off-season acquisition, formerly from the Oryx Buffaloes, after a decade of service with them, and oh yeah, winning a Japan Series last season. Buffalo's got this new guy named Tomoya Mori, so I don't know. Bit of an upgrade. Just a little. Foul again. Miles James, the C stands for captain. All NPB teams have the option of designating a captain, someone who exhibits leadership in the room. Asamura is that for the Eagles. For the Marines, it's Shogo Nakamura. For the Hawks, it's Yuki Yanagita. For the Lions, it's Sosuke Genda. The human highlight reel. I don't believe the Fighters have one. And I can't remember who it is for the Buffaloes. Runners at the corners. Tamai trying to get out of it. 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blown save, no loss for Menez. Tamai gets the cleanup. Bottom of the 8th coming up. We're knotted at 3s. And it'll be Kamikawabata, Egoshi, and Isobata. Well, let me actually, while we got a break in the play, let me take a look and see on the shop if any jerseys have that Captain's C.
I have one from the shop that does have the C on it, so they do ship it with that. I have a Nakamura jersey.
Shogo?
Yep.
Nice, I do too. I was thinking more like who's the captain for the Fighters. I'm going to take a look there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Unless our producer has that information handy. Oh, that's cool. You can actually get Fighters uniforms for guys on developmental contracts with triple digits. I'm taking a look one here for Kakigi, whose number is 137.
That's cool.
Or Taiwanese player Wang Po-jun, who's wearing number 199 now.
Oh, he's down there? Really?
Yep.
I actually didn't know he signed an extension. I don't think I saw that.
So that's where that developmental contract comes into the forefront. Guys on developmental contracts cannot play in top flight games. They can only play in the farm. And they have to be registered to the 70-man roster in order to play. Developmental contracts are only 3 years in length before that player reaches free agency. And it does happen that players will bounce between developmental and regular, especially if they become a free agent. So I'm not seeing any Captain C's for the fighters. They may not have one. New pitcher coming into the game for the Eagles. Naoto Nishiguchi racked up 30 holds as a setup man for Yuki Matsui last year. 2.26 ERA in 61 appearances. Had a scoreless inning yesterday, or on Thursday, to start the season. There's that forkball that is his most devastating pitch. He'll throw that, a knuckle curve, a changeup, and a fastball clocking in at 156. Kami Kawabata up at the plate. Number 7 batter. Hesitation in the pitching motion. Big fly ball. Yamasaki collects one away.
Diego and Gate Camper, you'll see guys wearing those. Just there's no one in this game, but you'll see it on some of the really old teams. They'll some of the players on there will have that style.
So here's the acquisition from the Tigers. Taiga Egoshi looking for his first hit since 2019 at the NPB level.
Taiga from the Tigers.
I know, it's a little on the
new
nose.
favorite player. New favorite player.
Swing and a miss. Nishiguchi powering the straight ball right past him. It must be hard to adjust to an entirely new league like this, too. I mean, Fushimi at least is going from Pacific League to Pacific League, not from Central to Pacific League. Fastball outside, count even at ones. Yeah, AJ, long game.
I'm sure he'll enjoy it once August rolls around and he's not getting kicked out of his home stadium for a month straight.
That is true. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Agushi going to take a minute to recombobulate after the curveball. So I was chatting with folks on Twitter earlier today. Mike, you're familiar with the phrase tungsten arm O'Doyle, right?
I have that picture printed out and on my wall.
That phrase made
I'm not kidding.
That phrase made it to Japan last year. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nishiguchi reaching back for a little extra mustard. That's 2 down.
I have that tweet bookmarked.
I'm proud to say that it was a Torontonian who came up with it.
Amazing. That's something that needs to go into the Smithsonian or something.
And the best part is, there's a Japanese equivalent that they compared to the tungsten arm situation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the phrase is "Nao enzeruzu wa yabureta," which translates means "although the angels lost." Usually just or still the angels lost. Shortened to just "Naoe" on social media. They have fun. Isobata waiting for the 1-0. In there for a strike, 1-1. I think Nick's looking for the power hitters, and Chusei Manami is still on the bench at the moment. 1-1 flared into foul territory.
I was at a sports card convention. I actually did see someone walking around in a custom Angels jersey with a Doyle on the back.
Oh, jeez. Come back to Sapporo, Shohei. You know how to win here. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fantastic appearance by Nishiguchi to take us to the 9th.
お知らせいたします。この試合は
Strikes out the side. It'll be Shimauchi,
までございます。12
Abe, and Yamasaki. Top of the 9th.
あらかじめご了承
Tied at 3s. If the sun starts setting over there and rising over here, we're in trouble, aren't we? Out-of-town scoreboard updates. Still 7-2 SoftBank over the Chiba Lotte
前に
Marines.
変わりまして石川
Top of the 8th, Koya Fuji threw 7 innings of shutout ball. He hands it over to his bullpen. Katsuki Matayoshi in there now. At Balloon Dome, the Oryx Buffaloes are just about to get underway at the top of the 8th. Still up 6-2. Seibu has 11 hits, but only the 2 runs. Over in the other league, 2 games are already complete on a pair of shutouts. Take care, Jurassic Attack. Looking forward to seeing you for that broadcast as well. Thanks, Nick. Much appreciated. For those of you who haven't been introduced to us yet, hello, my name is Gabe Lerman. I am your play-by-play man. Mike Bealey on the color commentary and monitoring the chat.
I'm a colorful guy. What can I say?
Naoya Ishikawa coming out of the Fighters bullpen. He was their closer in 2018-2019, but injuries prevented him from playing until last season, where he put up 6 saves and 8 holds in a closer by committee situation with Mizuki Hori and Koki Kitayama. Career 3.49 ERA in 186 appearances. So, former closer, curve splitter, 152 on the radar gun, Shimauchi. Starting off, there's that curveball dropped for a strike. Starting off with the breaking stuff early, Shimauchi 1 for 3 with a walk today.
Man, it's getting up there. I just remembered the game is tied.
Tries to go for the slider, or the splitter. Count even at ones. Well, a sayonara would be fantastic here. Swing and a miss, strike 2. There's the heater. Nick, this is the second game ever here at Escon Field, Hokkaido. The ballpark just opened for business on Thursday. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Shimauchi down on K's. Ishikawa getting the job done.
ファースト、阿部。
I found my throat lozenges. There we go. I'm good for extras now.
What flavor?
Orange Spice, Fisherman's Friend.
Huh. Never heard of that one for Fisherman's Friend.
Yeah, it must be relatively new. I'm normally partial to the cherry.
Oh, we normally just got like these gray ones.
Oh yeah, the regular ones are just
Yeah.
terrible. No, get the flavored ones. Toshiki Abe up for his 5th at-bat. Fly ball right field, deep but playable. Off the wall, though. Egoshi's got it. Isobata throws. One out double. Abe with his first extra base hit as an Eagle. Miles asking me, how many NPB parks have I been to?
All of them.
Well, not all of them now because I haven't been to SCON Field. But in 2019, I visited all 12 NPB teams and saw a game in each ballpark, all by train. That's the claim to fame that got me this gig.
Did you go to Hotomoto Field?
No, that's the... my Buffalo's game was at Kyodome. All right, we have a pinch runner coming into the game. Kazuki Tanaka will pinch run for Toshiki Abe at second base. Kazuki Tanaka is a 2018 Rookie of the Year. Yamasaki, the shortstop now. With one out. Ishikawa, changeup, freezes him for strike one. It was a fantastic trip. When I was there, the Eagles went 3-0. And I sat in the Eagles cheer section when I was at Rakuten Mobile Park in Sendai. So I have a soft spot for the men in maroon. But on any given night, I can cheer for the home team. You know me. No, East Bay did not visit any countryside ballparks. You know, having to shoot the middle distance on those, especially over like a 3-week trip, is dicey.
Those countryside train stations are something else, man.
My friend lived over there for 2 years. Swing and a miss. Sinker well down. And he refers to it as the Inaka. The suburbs. Or the rural areas. Taught
I was
English.
at one. They didn't even have like a route map. They just had a sign that said in and a sign that said out.
Well then. Yes, Nick Cooper, there is still shifting in Japan. In fact, the other league is the only one left in at the top pro level that still has the pitcher's bat. Bounced in the dirt and in. Ball one. It's hard to tell sometimes between a splitter and a fork. Both have the same downward braking action. That's true, and most of these guys are proficient at bunting, Nick, so anytime you see a shift, there's always the threat of a bunt, single, or double. Fly ball center field, shallow. Ishii is there, 2 away. Runner holds.
There was a clip a few years ago that went viral on like Twitter. They shifted on, I forget who it was, but it was a home run hitter, and he just bunted for a double.
8番伊藤に代わりましてバッター渡辺義明背番号48
That is another pinch hitter for the Eagles. Checking into the game, Yoshiaki Watanabe. He's listed as an infielder, so he may be taking over at first for Toshiki Abe. Part-time player over the last 3 seasons. Last year with the Eagles, /242, 295, 294. So they're looking for a contact bat to try and get a run here. Cooper, you're saying that of a incredibly small sample size. So I do try to be honest, sometimes I have to remember what I can and can't say Like, you could say team names, not sponsors. It's another reason why we're also not broadcasting Interleague through the Midnight Matinee. If you want to watch that, you should subscribe to PacificLeague.com, where you'll be able to catch Interleague, farm games, as well as all games from now to back in time to 2012. All for 1,500 yen a month. Okay, kind of mangled the ad read, but hey, doing decent. Ishikawa gets the sign. 2-0 count on Yoshiaki Watanabe. Pinch hitter here. Curveball in the dirt. Count now 3-0. And at this point, you have to wonder if the plan is just to walk Watanabe and then deal with Sumitani instead. Scratch that. Looks like Yuya Ogo is getting ready on the on-deck circle. Should he come up to bat. That chant theme sounds really menacing. Almost like some sort of like a boss theme. "3-0 on the way. That's outside for ball 4. That'll make it runners at first and second with 2 down. So there we go. Yuya Ogo, outfielder, coming in to pinch hit for Sumitani. You got pinch hitters aplenty here. Ogo's another part-time player, struggled a little bit over the last 2 seasons. But he does have home run pop. In only 229 at-bats, he's already got 8 home runs.
Miles, do you mean currently or all-time? All-time, it's probably Sadhara Osan, I would think.
Either him or Nagashima.
I mean, do we count rings as an executive? Obtained as an executive?
That's a good question.
If it's that, then I think it's O by 20-some or something.
And let's not forget, it's not just Yuki Yanagita. There's a whole bunch of other players who have been part of that Hawks dynasty along with him, like Akira Nakamura,
Kai.
Takuya Kai.
Matsuda.
True. Can't forget Match. Count 1-1. Fans up in the bleachers are beseeching Yuya Ogo to put the Eagles ahead and give their WBC champion catcher a chance to enter the game. Fly ball deep to center field, but playable. Isobata has a beat on it, and he's there, showing off the speed. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Are we going to see a sayonara to send us to sleep? Top of the lineup coming up for the fighters. Fushimi, Ishii, and Matsumoto. Best American import of all time, Nick. There's one name that stands above them all. Tuffy Rhodes. I was just looking them up earlier today. An absolute legend. Didn't get the plaudits in terms of the championship, but you're talking about a 10-time All-Star, MVP, 9-time Best 9 award winner, 4-time home runs leader. His 464 home runs are the most in NPB history by a foreign batter.
If you're looking for a nice all-around, like, foreigner with a lot of good stats and good accolades and was there for a long time, Alex Ramirez is a good choice, too.
And he's now a Japanese Baseball Hall of Famer.
Only foreign player with 2,000 hits.
That's true. Also, the only Japanese Baseball Hall of Famer on Cameo.
And the only foreign player in the Meikyukai.
Who's the team in the NPB that has a flag as a logo? Well, all NPB teams have a flag, and they usually use it as the small version of their logo on npb.com, as well as other websites. Quick out-of-town scoreboard update. Soichiro Yamazaki is into the game at Belluna Dome, bottom of the 8th. Orcs still leading 6-2. It is top of the 9th at Pepe Dome. Katsuki Matayoshi out for a second inning of work. The Hawks really worked over the Marines tonight. 15 hits, 7 runs. Looking to stake a claim to the top of the Pacific League.
Gate Camper, Rhodes had a bit more longevity. I mean, he was there a much longer time.
It's the peak versus counting stats debate. Bass is a Hall of Famer now. Ah, that's right, Romy. Some teams are now using Fanatics in Japan. All right, coming out of the Rakuten bullpen, it is the Taiwanese Titan Sung Cha Hao. Had a scoreless hold in Thursday's game. This is his 7th season with the Eagles. This is his 250th NPB game. Hey! Way to go! 88 holds, 2.95 ERA with 202 strikeouts. Bidi Bidi mentioning Dennis Sarfate as a potential strong import. Oh yeah, set the record for most saves in NPB in a single season. 250th game? Where's the t-shirt? I don't know. Ask the folks back at Sendai.
Honestly, it's probably already on the shop and up for pre-order.
Holy smokes, that's a lot of changes. Shimauchi to left, Tanaka to right, Watanabe to third? Or is that... no, it's Kobukata to third. Yeesh. Torai Fushimi, the import from the Buffaloes. Soon's going to throw 4-seamer, 2-seamer, changeup with a lot of break, and a slider. Fushimi with a big opportunity here. We'll take a sayonara anything at this point. Failing that, as we hit 4 in the morning here on the East Coast. Swing and a miss, strike 2. I am sleeping in tomorrow.
I was going to do that anyway.
That last pitch was that mighty changeup that Sung throws. Ground ball to shortstop. Yamasaki collects. Bit of a high throw, but Watanabe is able to convert. One away. Sung Chahao actually came up through the Eagles system as a developmental player. And he appeared in the 2023 World Baseball Classic as a member of the Chinese Taipei roster. 1-0 on the way. Ishii will flare this back and out of play. I know, Gate Camper, jealous of people in Hawaii, especially since, of course, you know, they live in Hawaii. One on the way to Ishii, bounce into the dirt. Bottom of the 8th at the Balloonadome. 1 out. Shota Abe coming in to handle the 8th inning. 2 games started at 1 in the morning, 2 p.m. Japan time, and they are already done. A rare curveball making its appearance from Sung Chahao. 2-2 on the way. Into the left field stands and out of play.
Camper. Go ahead.
I think this is the longest game we've ever streamed on the Midnight Matinee.
It might be. It's probably going to be the... Have we had an extra innings game at all?
No, mercifully.
I think we came close to that.
Well, I know it's
At one
stereotypical to say, but top of the morning to you, Connor. We're now getting people waking up in Europe and tuning in.
And Gate Camper, one of the best parts about that time zone is you wake up and all the news for the day is already over. Because all the politics are on the East Coast.
We are still sitting north of 120 viewers. Thank you all so much for hanging in there. That's a belt into right field at the track. It's hauled in by Tanaka. Oh, that sounded good. Go Matsumoto already has a double and a triple. He'd love to add the home run to his resume tonight. One of my favorite Japanese baseball terms is modasho. You acquire that term when you complete a 3-hit game. He's 2 for 4 with a walk. Hey, Billy, good. Thanks for joining us. I was just in Vancouver back in February. We have a final out of Pepe Dome. That is 7-0 for the Hawks. They start the season 2-0.
Pain.
I know a couple people on Twitter who are going to be happy, one of whom is actually still staying up and watching games. Bottom of the 8th still for the Seibu Lions, down 6-2 to the Orcs Buffaloes. Abe now pitching to Takumi Kuriyama with Takeya Nakamura standing at second. Change up. Strike 1. Takes the knee.
Well, Gate Camper, you can sleep several times a month. The Midnight Matinee only comes around once a month. You gotta stay up for it.
Is Lucas still around? He's watching in from Portugal here.
He had someone from Sweden earlier.
Called strike 3. It is a first in Midnight Matinee history. Extra innings.
この試合は11点であります。なお、16点すべて新しいルールではありません。
East Bay, I've been to Modesto multiple times. That's crazy. Folsom? Orange County? Where's Folsom at?
I only know that from the Johnny Cash song. That's a prison. And if this game goes too much longer, I may start singing.
They show the Midnight Matinee in prison?
All right. There is no runner on second rule. We play 3 innings and then we call it a tie, because if neither team has won after 12 innings, then neither team deserves to win. So, hello folks. You're getting a face reveal here. Gabe Lerman on camera. Like I said, repping Hokkaido Nippon Ham. This is their road jersey. You'll get to see this in due time when the Fighters are the road team on August 20th against the Orcs Buffaloes. On the back, WBC champion Hiromi Ito. He's still ramping up from being in the WBC, but he will be pitching for the Fighters before you know it. Thank you all so much for spending time with us on this Friday night into Saturday morning, into Saturday early morning. If I see the sunrise, we know it's been a good night. Time is precious, and I'm grateful that you've chosen to spend some of yours with me tonight.
Great choice in jerseys.
It's not that I have no lights on, it's that my desk lamp was shining right at me. So,
Diego wants to talk some wrestling.
new pitcher into the game for the Fighters, Kenya Suzuki. Appeared in 19 games last season, 2-1 record, 3 holds, 2.84 ERA, so starting to ramp up the high leverage innings, 38 of them to be precise. This is his fourth season with the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That's right,
Hey, Nat
Nick Cooper.
2V, how you going?
This game only goes 12 innings, and then we call it a draw. I have never seen a draw live.
First NPB game I ever woke up at 5 a.m. to see what ended in a draw. Not gonna say I didn't like it, I just was a bit odd at the time. Kind of Twilight Zone feeling. But that was a whole like 7 years ago. And that lady's got all the signs.
She really wants her guys to do well.
ファイターズのピッチャーの交代をお知らせいたします。
It was like when I saw a game with a friend and they brought every cheer towel for every player they had.
ピッチャー鈴木健也
3号40
Here's another look at our starting pitcher, Naoyuki Uesawa's line. Ran into some control issues. Only the 1 earned run off 2 hits, but 7 walks, 4 strikeouts on 102 pitches. He gets a no decision for his efforts today. Now, it just briefly flashed on screen, but you may have noticed the words JX Ineos. Kenya Suzuki here was drafted from the industrial leagues. It's a common career path for players who went undrafted through high school or didn't want to get drafted, and then went through college and didn't get drafted. The industrial leagues are an excellent way to keep yourself fresh and maintain your hopes of turning pro.
Bit of a weird dynamic having to go do actual office work during the day.
This is true. So, Ryosuke Tatsumi now. 3 strikeouts, yes, but that game-tying home run in the top of the 8th is the reason why we are here in the 10th inning. That's a chopper back up the middle. Kenya Suzuki fields. Notice how he doesn't throw into first underhanded. 1 down. You know, I wonder, Beady Beady and Yuya, if it's transitions lenses. Because there is a lot of natural light coming in from that window.
Gate Camper, they have independent leagues too. The industrial leagues are they're just kind of like their own thing where you also work for the company that you're playing for.
So, like, Sega Sammy will have a team. Each of the JRs will have a team. And they actually compete against each other, and occasionally farm teams from the NPB.
Think of it as like a company softball team, but a lot more difficult. And everybody throws 95.
Yeah, not everyone with 95 and a slider. Oh gosh, AKSR, you're a Mariners fan? I'm a Blue Jays fan, I'm sorry.
That's okay, AKSR. Mine got no hit in the World Series, it's fine.
Fushimi makes a squeeze on Kobukata's fly out. I mean, Romy, what do you think NPB is? The teams are owned by e-commerce companies, newspapers, telecoms, railway companies, and always have been. Michael Franco 1 for 4 today with a walk, keeping that ERA, or that batting average at 500. And yes, meat packing companies and confectioners. Suzuki throws a lot of off-speed stuff, especially from that tricky submarine slot. Submarine pitchers never really went away in NPB. The deception is helpful.
Seems like every team has at least one. If he's not on the top, he's on the second team.
That one sails into the zone, but that's playable. Kiyomiya will take us to the bottom of the 10th. 1-2-3 inning for Kenya Suzuki. That's right, Kazuhisa Makita. He's actually a free agent right now. It'll be Nomura, Kiyomiya, Martinez. As we all hang on for dear life.
Tap dancing, Lotte actually had Shunsuke Watanabe. He had the record for the lowest to the ground pitching delivery of a submariner. You can look it up. You'll see like his knuckles scraping the bottom of the dirt when he pitched. I think he's a WBC champion as well.
Kaito Yosei. Good point, Leo. Hey, we got someone tuning in from Singapore, where it's, actually a reasonable hour and not 4:15 in the goddamn morning. This is not 4 a.m. is always a weird time. It's not an hour to stay up until. It's not an hour to get up at. It just doesn't exist. And it's time for your hourly hydration break. Make sure you're staying well watered, my friends. I'll be right back.
We're a little United Nations tonight, aren't we? Riz, the one thing I can say is that he's probably going to be on a restricted list and he's not going to be able to sign overseas. His name's on a contract, so he can't really do much there. Tap dancing I don't know if he wore a pad. I wouldn't surprise me because his delivery was so low. Oh, I'll sleep. I ain't giving up. I'm just gonna be here until they, yeah.
New pitcher into the game for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles is Satoshi Miyamori. Last season was his debut with the Eagles, and he excelled in limited use. 7 holds, 1 save, a 1.54 ERA over 23 and a third innings pitched. He's called on here to try and get the meat of this lineup out and hand things back over to the Eagles batters. Nick Cooper playing backseat Shinjo. Miyamori lights up the radar gun at 150.
I see he's come around to the idea of bunting. It grows on you.
At this point, all you need is 1. AJ says swing away. So Yuki Nomura was supposed to be the primary first base or third baseman last season, but injuries kind of made a mess of the year. He did pick up an all-star nod and worked to a 724 OPS. Crowd starting to thin a little bit at Escon Field, Hokkaido. Line drive, deep but foul. That's into the cheap seats. And oh dear, more runs over at Balloonadome. It's now 9-2 Oryx Buffaloes heading to the bottom of the 9th. That's drilled into center field. That's going to fall and split the outfielders. Nomura will make it to second base, sliding in. A leadoff double off the back wall. We're going to see a pinch runner here. Nomura's job is done. Looked like that pinch runner was Koki Fukuda, acquired from the Chibolote Marines last month on March 7th. I mentioned Kiyomiya had a walk-off home run in the All-Star game last season. Are we going to see a sayonara shot here to send us home happy? Or the Fighters fans, I should say. 1 for 4. 1 for 4 today. Picked up an infield RBI single. I am thrilled, Yahya, that we got you back into baseball. This is the good stuff. It's baseball worth ruining your sleep habits for. Well, I admit I'm biased, but Shintaro Fujinami is going to be starting for the Athletics against the Angels. That's a good MLB game. Kodai Senga, formerly of the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, will be starting for the Mets on Sunday. Leadoff double, Fukuda pinch running. Kiyomiya, deep to center field! That will fall for a base hit! Sweet dreams, everyone! Kotaro Kiyomiya, sayonara single! And the Fighters have their first win in their new stadium. We did it before the sunrise!
I'm honestly shocked.
If it was going to be anyone, it was going to be Kiyomiya. 2 RBIs, probably gets the hero interview for tonight's game. The win to Kenya Suzuki, the loss to Satoshi Miyamori. Alright, my brain is turning to mush. How am I supposed to go to sleep after that? Hopefully you will be able to get a good night's rest. You have my permission to sleep in, everyone. Golly, what a game. I don't know how we're going to top that. Mike, any last thoughts?
Well, I opened up another coffee for nothing. That's about it. Good night, everybody.
Alright. Our next broadcast here on the Pacific League English YouTube channel will be Tuesday, April 25th, 5 a.m. Eastern. The Chiba Lotte Marines host the Saitama Seibu Lions. The next midnight matinee will be the following month, Sunday, May 21st at 12 midnight. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles hosting the Chiba Lotte Marines. All dates and times are subject to change. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for those. If you miss this, if you want to see more, FDF Sports on Roku channel, Plex, Distro TV, Xumo, wherever you get your set-top digital channels. 1 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday through Sunday with English commentary, as the games happen without commentary. Holy smokes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and good night, everyone.
You still on? 83 people still here. Huh.
さあ、それでは本日のヒーローの登場です。本日のヒーローは鈴木選手、野村選手、清宮選手です。野村選手、清宮選手には LED 賞として日本ハム株式会社よりシャウエッセン北海道プレミアム1年分が執行役員スポーツ事業推進部担当藤原弘秀様より贈られます。
ファイターズファンの皆さん、ヒーローインタビューです。記念すべきエスコンフィールド北海道初めてのまず1人目のヒーローをご紹介します。ファイターズ新球場初白星がつきました鈴木健也投手です。鈴木投手、この大歓声、まずいかがですか？
いや、すごく、緊張してたんで、こういう声援がすごく後押しになりました。
満員の中でのマウンドです。まず、ブルペンで準備していた時のお気持ちっていうのはいかがだったんでしょうか？
いや、もうとにかく緊張して、どうしようかなっていう気持ちで待ってました。
その緊張、マウンドに行ってからはどうだったんですか？
いや、マウンドに上がってからは少し落ち着いていけて、ブルペンから送り出してくれる時に加藤コーチが、遊んでいけよっていう、いつも通りでっていう声をかけてくれたので、いつも通り行こうと思って投げました。
結果、三者凡退、素晴らしい流れ作りましたね。
ありがとうございます。
今シーズン、
先発であったり中継ぎであったりいろんな起用のされ方これまで考えられたかなと思うんですが、この大事な場面で起用されるっていう思いは改めてどうなんでしょうか？
やっぱり必要とされるところでしっかり自分の仕事をすることが大事だと思うんで、これから先発でも、中継ぎでもロングリリーフでもしっかり自分の仕事をできるように、やっていきたいなと思ってます。
そして新時代新球場です。ここで投げる思いっていうのはどうですか？新球場、この満員の中で投げる思いっていうのはどうです？
これまでコロナ禍ということで、お客さんも、制限されていた中で、こうやって、満員の中で投げれるということはすごく、嬉しく思ってます。
そして自分自身にエスコン初勝利がついたのっていうのはどうでしょう？
率直に嬉しいです。
まさに新時代の幕開けだと思います。今後に向けてファンの方に力強い意気込み教えてください。
今シーズン、優勝できるように、頑張っていきますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。まずは鈴木健也投手に改めて大きな拍手よろしくお願いします。続きまして、これぞ4番の活躍です。野村祐希選手です。お立ち台からの眺めどうですか？
いや、もう本当に、やっぱこういう満員の中でお立ち台に立つってことを夢見てたので、本当に最高です。
10回、サヨナラのホームを踏みました。あの時っていうのはどんな感情になりました？
踏んでないです。
ごめんなさい。ダイソー送られてましたね。ごめんなさい。
すいません。
その瞬間、ベンチではどんな感情でした？
いや、本当に、自分の、道具を外している間に歓声聞こえて、もう何が何だか分からず走ってた感じでした。
失礼しました。まず10回なんですけど、あのバッターボックスっていうのはどんな狙いで立ったんでしょうか？
まあ、本当に積極的に思い切っていこうっていうのと、まあ、追い込まれたので、まあ、最低限、清さんにつなげれば、なんとかなるかなと思って、とにかく塁に出ようと思って、打席立ってました。
そして、ご自身が作ったチャンス、清宮さんが返してくれましたね。
いや、本当に頼りになる先輩です。
あとは1対0でリードされていたところからのタイムリーも素晴らしかったと思います。あの場面も振り返ってもらっていいですか？
いや、本当にオープン戦からなかなかいい結果が出ずに、その中でもやっぱ、新庄監督が4番に使ってくれてたので、もうなんとか、もう開幕戦負けてる姿を見せてますし、もうとにかく何でもいいので勝ちたいと思って、食らいついていった結果がタイムリーだったので、よかったなと思います。
野村選手は入団した当初から望んでいた新球場での4番バッターです。思いっていうのはどんなものを持ってるんでしょうか？
まあ、まずはやっぱり、目標としていた新球場を4番という打順で迎えられたことはすごく嬉しいことですし、やっぱ最初の4番というものを不甲斐ないものにするわけにはいかないので、ここからより、いい姿っていうのを、見せていけるように頑張りたいなと思います。
さあ、新球場で初めての白星つかむことができました。4番としてどんなシーズンにしたいのか、改めてファンの皆さんに決意表明をお願いします。
やっぱり、ここにいるファンの皆さんと一緒にこの新球場で、優勝という目標を達成できるように頑張りたいと思いますし、やっぱり今までシーズンなかなか怪我で完走できてないので、最後までしっかりグラウンドに立って中心となって優勝できるように頑張りたいなと思います。
今日は本当にナイスバッティングでした。改めて野村祐希選手にも大きな拍手をお送りください。
ありがとうございました。
では最後のヒーローが登壇されます。さよならタイムリー、清宮幸太郎選手です。
ありがとうございます。
一丁締めも含めてこの球場の雰囲気いかがですか？
暑いです。
その熱い雰囲気を最後清宮選手ご自身が作ったっていうのはどんなお気持ちでしょうか？
いや、もう僕だけじゃなくて、本当に上沢さんもすごく粘ってましたし、J も執念でツーベース打ってくれましたし、最後、幸輝さんも本当にいいベースランニングで帰ってくれたので、本当、皆さんのおかげです。
サヨナラの場面の打席、緊張はされませんでしたか？
いや、興奮してました。はい。
ある意味、ここで打ったらヒーローだなみたいな思いもあったんですか？
そこは平常心で、はい。
野村選手も含めて若い選手たちでクリーンアップ、中軸を担っています。どんな思いで打席に毎回立ってます？
やっぱり毎試合、オープン戦を含めて5番を打たせてもらってますし、J も含めて僕たちが引っ張っていかないと優勝ないと思ってるんで、その気持ちで毎日戦ってます。
そして2023年この新球場でプレーをされてます。清宮選手にとってこの球場っていうのはどんな存在ですか？
今日のサヨナラヒットで最高に特別な場所になりました。
清宮選手、これからこの球場でどんな時代を作ってくださいますか？
一度見に来た方たちを絶対掴んで離さない熱い試合を毎回見れる、そんなファイターズを作っていきたいと思います。
きっとこれからたくさんこの球場で白星掴み取ってくださると思います。シーズンも含めて今後の思い、最後皆さんに高らかに教えてください。
今日は大歓声ありがとうございます。やっぱりここにいる皆さんなくして優勝ありませんし、みんなと一緒に優勝したいんで、ぜひまたここに来てもらって僕たちにパワーください。一緒に優勝しましょう。今日はありがとうございます。
本当に今日はおめでとうございました。今日のヒーローは鈴木健也投手、野村祐希選手、そして清宮幸太郎選手でした。
ありがとうございました。
さあ、それでは今日の勝利を祝ってみんなで歌い叫びましょう。